these teachings bring you freedom from the storms of anxiety and lead you gently into the deepest rest. Tonight, as the world grows quiet around you, I invite you to share where you are joining us from. Type your city or country in the comments, and know that across this beautiful planet, others like you are seeking the same peace, the same refuge from the relentless noise of worry. Together, we form a circle of stillness, a sanctuary of shared intention. Here, in this sacred space, you need do nothing, fix nothing, become nothing other than what you already are. These ancient stories are not lessons to memorize, but mirrors to recognize the wisdom that already lives within you. Simply breathe, soften, and allow these timeless truths to dissolve the knots of tension you have been carrying. Let us begin this journey into profound calm together. The teaching we explore tonight is one of liberation through acceptance. The radical practice of meeting life exactly as it arrives without the exhausting battle of resistance. In the mountains of northern Canada, there lived a carpenter named James, a man whose hands had shaped wood into beautiful things for 40 years. James took immense pride in his work. Every joint he cut was perfect. Every surface he planed was smooth as still water. Every piece he delivered was a testament to his unwavering standards. His workshop was his temple, and precision was his prayer. For decades, this devotion served him well. His furniture graced the finest homes, and his reputation spread across 3 provinces. But with each passing year, something began to change. His eyes, once sharp enough to spot the slightest imperfection, began to weaken. His hands, once steady as stone, developed a barely noticeable tremor. At first, he could hide it, compensate for it, work around it. But slowly, inevitably, his creations began to show tiny flaws. A joint slightly loose, a surface not quite level, a corner imperceptibly rounded when it should have been sharp. No one else noticed. His clients still praised his work, still paid premium prices, still recommended him to their friends. But James noticed, and it tormented him. He would lie awake at night, replaying his workday in agonizing detail, cataloging every mistake, every deviation from perfection. The joy that had sustained him for 4 decades evaporated, replaced by a grinding anxiety that followed him from dawn until dark. He began to dread entering his workshop, the place that had once been his greatest source of meaning. One morning, unable to face another day of internal criticism, James took a long walk into the forest behind his property. The autumn air was crisp, and the trail was carpeted with fallen leaves in shades of amber and rust. As he walked, his mind continued its relentless commentary. But somewhere deep in the woods, he came upon an old Buddhist monastery he had never noticed before. Though he had walked these trails for years, the monastery gate was open, and from within came the sound of rhythmic sweeping. Curious, James entered and found an elderly monk sweeping the courtyard with a worn bamboo broom. The monk's movements were slow, deliberate, almost ceremonial. But what caught James's attention was the state of the courtyard itself. It was covered with fallen leaves. As fast as the monk swept them into piles, the wind scattered them again. The monk would gather them patiently, and the wind would undo his work. This cycle had clearly been going on for some time. Yet the monk's face showed no frustration, no irritation, only a deep, serene presence. James stood watching for several minutes. Finally, he spoke. "Forgive me for interrupting, but may I ask why you continue sweeping when the wind keeps undoing your work? It seems like a futile effort." The monk looked up, his eyes bright with something that might have been amusement. "Futile?" he repeated softly. "Perhaps, but I am not sweeping to finish. I am sweeping to sweep. The leaves will fall, the wind will blow. This is not a problem to solve. It is simply what is." He set down his broom and gestured for James to sit on a nearby bench. "You carry something heavy," the monk observed. Though it was not quite a question, James found himself pouring out his story. The declining skills, the trembling hands, the shame of imperfection, the loss of identity. The monk listened without interruption, his presence as calm as deep water. When James finished, there was a long silence. Then the monk said, "Let me show you something." He led James to a small garden behind the monastery. In the center stood an ancient cherry tree, its trunk thick and gnarled, its branches twisted into impossible shapes by decades of wind and weather. The bark was scarred, split in places, marked by the passage of time. "This tree," the monk said, "has been here for 150 years. Look at how imperfect it is. See how the wind has bent it, how disease has marked it, how age has twisted it. According to your thinking, this tree has failed. It is no longer straight and young and perfect." He paused, letting James absorb the tree's weathered beauty. "But look closer. See how these very imperfections make it magnificent. The twisted branches create spaces for birds to nest. The split bark provides shelter for insects, which feed those birds. The asymmetry gives it character that no perfect tree could match. Thousands of people have sat beneath this tree over the decades, drawn not to its perfection, but to its authenticity, its survival, its willingness to be exactly what it is." James felt something shift in his chest, a subtle loosening he couldn't quite name. "Your trembling hands," the monk continued, "are not a betrayal. They are autumn leaves. Your fading eyes are not a failure. They are the wind. You have been fighting against the seasons, demanding that summer last forever. But wisdom is not in perfection. It is in acceptance. The tree does not resist the wind. It bends. It does not fight the seasons. It surrenders. And in that surrender, it survives, even thrives, becoming more beautiful than it could have been without the storms." The monk picked up a small stone from the path and placed it in James's palm. "When you return to your workshop tomorrow, I want you to try something. Before you begin your work, hold this stone. Feel its weight. Notice how it is imperfect, rough, irregular. Then say these words: 'I am not the master of wood. I am a student of this moment. Whatever emerges through these aging hands is exactly what is meant to be.' Then work, not to achieve perfection, but to meet the wood with presence. See what happens." James returned home with the stone in his pocket and a question forming in his mind. What if the trembling wasn't the enemy? What if his aging wasn't a tragedy, but simply another season? That night, for the first time in months, he slept deeply. The next morning, he entered his workshop with the stone clutched in his hand. He spoke the words the monk had given him, feeling foolish at first, then strangely liberated. He selected a piece of walnut he had been avoiding for weeks. A commission for a small table. Instead of fighting his trembling hands, he worked with them. When the plane wandered slightly, creating an unexpected curve, he didn't curse. He paused, examined it, and considered whether this curve might actually enhance the piece. Sometimes it did, sometimes it didn't. But the decision came from presence, not panic. The table took 3 weeks to complete. When he finished, James stood back and looked at his work. It was not perfect. There were subtle irregularities that his younger self would have never allowed. But there was something else there too, something he had never achieved in all his years of pursuing perfection. There was life in it. The wood seemed to breathe. The imperfections gave it a warmth, an intimacy, a sense that it had been touched by human hands rather than manufactured by a machine. His client, a woman who had commissioned several pieces over the years, wept when she saw it. "This is different," she said softly. "It's like you've put your soul into it. All your other pieces were beautiful, but this one feels real." James understood then what the monk had been teaching. Resistance is what creates suffering, not the trembling hands themselves, but the war he had been waging against them. Not the aging, but the belief that aging was wrong. Not the imperfection, but the story that imperfection meant failure. Let your breath deepen now. Feel how your body sinks a little heavier into your bed. Notice how even as you listen to these words, your mind may be offering commentary, judgment, resistance. Can you simply observe that without making it wrong? Can you be like the monk, sweeping leaves, present with what is, rather than exhausted by what should be? The Buddha taught that all suffering arises from tanha, which is often translated as craving, but might better be understood as the relentless insistence that this moment be different from what it is. We crave pleasure and push away pain. We grasp at success and flee from failure. We cling to youth and resist aging. We demand that the leaves stay off the courtyard, that our hands stay steady, that life conform to our preferences. And in this demanding, this grasping, this resistance, we create a friction that grinds us down. But there is another way. It is the way of radical acceptance, not passive resignation, not giving up on growth or change, but a fundamental shift in our relationship with reality. It is learning to greet each moment, each experience, each sensation, not as an invader to be repelled, but as a guest to be welcomed. Even the difficult guests, especially the difficult guests. Our second story is in a small village in New Zealand. There lived a young woman named Emma who struggled with anxiety so severe that some days she could barely leave her house. Her mind was a relentless storm of what-ifs and worst-case scenarios. What if I embarrass myself? What if people judge me? What if something terrible happens? The anxiety felt like an intruder, an enemy occupying her mind, and she fought it with every technique she could find. Positive thinking, distraction, medication, meditation. Some things helped for a time, but the anxiety always returned, often stronger than before. Her resistance to it became its own form of suffering. She was anxious about being anxious, afraid of her own fear. One day, exhausted and desperate, Emma sought out a therapist who had studied Buddhist psychology. In their first session, the therapist asked a strange question. What if you stopped fighting the anxiety and instead invited it to tea? Emma looked at her as if she'd lost her mind. "Invited to tea?" Emma repeated. "You want me to welcome the thing that's destroying my life?" The therapist smiled gently. "Not welcome it as a friend necessarily, but acknowledge it. Stop treating it as an invader and start treating it as a messenger. Your anxiety is not random. It's not a malfunction. It's your nervous system trying to protect you, even if it's doing so in a way that feels overwhelming. What if, instead of fighting it, you got curious about it?" Over the following weeks, Emma learned a practice that felt counterintuitive and terrifying. When anxiety arose, instead of immediately trying to push it away or distract herself from it, she would pause. She would find a quiet place to sit, close her eyes, and say, "Hello, anxiety. I see you. You're welcome here." Then she would breathe and feel where the anxiety lived in her body, the tightness in her chest, the racing of her heart, the tension in her shoulders. She would observe these sensations without trying to change them, without judging them, without telling herself stories about what they meant. Just pure observation, like a scientist examining something fascinating under a microscope. At first, it felt impossible. The moment she turned toward the anxiety, it seemed to grow stronger, more overwhelming. But her therapist had warned her this might happen. "You've spent years teaching your system that anxiety is dangerous," she explained. "When you finally turn toward it, it's like a child who's been ignored finally getting attention. It might get louder for a bit, but stay with it. Breathe with it. Let it be exactly as big as it needs to be." Slowly, something remarkable began to happen. When Emma stopped fighting the anxiety, stopped trying to make it go away, it began to shift. Not disappear, that wasn't the point, but transform. The sensations were still there, but they felt less solid, less permanent. They would arise like a wave, crest, and then naturally subside. Without her resistance fueling them, they moved through her like weather moving through the sky. One particularly difficult afternoon, Emma felt a panic attack beginning to build. Her old pattern would have been to run from it, to call someone, to frantically try to distract herself. Instead, she sat down on her living room floor, placed a hand on her heart, and said, "Okay, panic. You're here. I'm listening. What are you trying to tell me?" she breathed. She felt the hammering of her heart, the shortness of breath, the dizziness. She watched it all with as much gentleness as she could muster. And then, beneath the panic, she sensed something else. A deep, old fear. A fear of abandonment, of not being enough, of being fundamentally unlovable. The panic wasn't random. It was protecting that wounded place, trying to keep her safe by keeping her small, by preventing her from taking risks that might lead to rejection. "I see you," she whispered to that frightened part of herself. "You've been carrying this alone for so long. You don't have to protect me by keeping me scared. I'm here now. I'm not going anywhere." The panic didn't vanish, but something in it softened. Over the months that followed, Emma's relationship with her anxiety fundamentally changed. It still arose sometimes quite intensely, but it no longer controlled her. She had learned the profound truth that resistance amplifies suffering, while acceptance transforms it. She could feel anxious and still go to the grocery store. She could notice panic rising and still have a conversation. The anxiety was no longer the enemy. It was just a part of her internal weather, arising and passing like everything else. Let your breathing soften now, like a sigh of relief. Notice how your body knows how to breathe without your control, without your management. Can you trust that? Can you let go, just for this moment, of trying to steer your own ship? Can you practice what Emma learned, turning toward what is, rather than away from it? The Buddha taught that there are two arrows. The first arrow is the pain that life inevitably brings. Aging, sickness, loss, disappointment, physical discomfort. These are unavoidable. They are part of the human condition. But the second arrow, this is the one we shoot into ourselves. The second arrow is our resistance to the first. It is the suffering we create by demanding that pain not be here, by judging ourselves for feeling what we feel, by telling ourselves stories about what our pain means about us. The first arrow is, my hands tremble. The second arrow is, I am a failure because my hands tremble. The first arrow is, I feel anxious. The second arrow is, I shouldn't feel anxious. Something is wrong with me. The teaching of acceptance is learning to experience the first arrow without shooting the second. It is learning to say, this hurts, without adding, and it shouldn't, or, and I'm broken because it does. This practice of removing the second arrow is not always easy, especially when what we face is not just discomfort, but the dissolution of everything we thought defined us. Sometimes, acceptance asks us not just to soften around a feeling, but to release our grip on an entire identity, an entire way of life we believed would last forever. The next story is about this deeper kind of letting go, the acceptance not of a passing emotion, but of a fundamental change in the shape of our lives. In the misty hills of Cork, Ireland, there was a farmer named Liam who had worked the same land his grandfather and great-grandfather had worked before him. The farm had been in his family for 5 generations, and Liam's identity was rooted in this soil as deeply as the ancient oak that stood at the edge of his property. For 30 years, he had risen before dawn to tend his sheep, mend his fences, and work his fields. It was hard work, but it was his work, and it gave his life meaning and structure. Then one spring, a series of disasters struck. First, a late frost killed much of his crop. Then, a disease swept through his flock, taking half his sheep. Then, his ancient tractor, the one his father had passed down to him, finally gave up and died beyond repair. Each loss was devastating on its own, but together they created a financial crisis that threatened everything. Liam tried to hold on. He took loans. He worked longer hours. He sacrificed sleep and health, driven by a desperate belief that if he just tried hard enough, he could force things back to how they were supposed to be. But the harder he grasped, the more seemed to slip through his fingers. His wife, watching him deteriorate under the weight of his resistance, finally said the words he had been refusing to hear. Liam, maybe it's time to let go. Maybe the farm is telling us something. He looked at her as if she had suggested he cut off his own arm. Let go? This is everything. This is who I am. If I'm not a farmer, who am I? She held his hand gently. You're my husband. You're a father. You're a human being who deserves peace. You're not the farm. You never were. That night, Liam walked out to the old oak tree, the one that had stood sentinel over his family's land for centuries. He sat beneath it as the sun set, his back against its rough bark, and for the first time in months, he let himself feel the full weight of what he had been carrying. The grief, the fear, the shame, the sense of failure. He wept, his body shaking with sobs that seemed to come from a place deeper than his conscious mind. And as he wept, something unexpected happened. The oak tree, solid and unmovable behind him, seemed to offer a teaching. This tree had survived 500 winters. It had endured droughts and floods, storms and calm. Its branches had been torn off by wind. Its bark had been scarred by lightning. And yet, here it stood, alive, vital, beautiful. It had survived not by resisting change, but by bending with it. Its roots went deep, yes, but its branches swayed. It had learned the wisdom of flexibility. Liam understood then that he had been trying to be like stone when he needed to be like the oak, rigid, unyielding, demanding that reality conform to his picture of how things should be. But the oak taught a different way. It said, sink your roots into what matters: love, integrity, presence, and let everything else bend. Let the branches break if they must. Let the leaves fall when autumn comes. Trust that spring will return, even if it returns in a form you didn't expect. Over the following year, Liam and his wife made the painful decision to sell most of the farm, keeping only a small portion with the house and the oak tree. With the money, Liam started something he had dreamed about in his youth but never pursued: a small carpentry workshop. He used wood from the land, crafting furniture and tools with the same care he had once given his fields. The work was different, but the presence was the same. The connection to the earth, to his hands, to the rhythm of seasons, remained. People came to his workshop not just for the furniture, but for him, for his story, for the wisdom that radiated from a man who had learned to let go. His son, who had felt pressured to take over the farm, found his own calling as a teacher. His daughter, freed from the weight of family expectation, pursued music. The family didn't disappear when the farm did. It transformed, became more honest, more alive. Liam learned that what he had been defending so fiercely, his identity as a farmer, was just a role, a costume. Beneath it was something much more essential: his capacity to show up, to be present, to meet life with care and attention. That capacity didn't depend on sheep or fields. It had been there all along, waiting to be expressed in whatever form life offered. Breathe now and feel your own roots. Not the roots of your roles or achievements, but the roots of your being, the part of you that has been here through every change, every loss, every transformation. Can you feel it? That steady presence beneath all the coming and going? The Buddha called this teaching anicca, impermanence. Everything arises and passes. Everything. Your thoughts, your feelings, your circumstances, your body, your roles, your relationships. Nothing stays. To cling to anything as if it were permanent is to set yourself up for inevitable suffering. But to recognize impermanence, to actually see it and accept it, is to find a strange and beautiful freedom. When we accept that nothing lasts, we can finally appreciate what is here now. This acceptance of impermanence does not make us cold or detached. Paradoxically, it makes us more alive, more able to love fully, more capable of experiencing the preciousness of each moment. When we stop demanding that things last forever, we can finally see them clearly as they are right now. Sometimes this teaching arrives not through grand revelations, but through the quiet shattering of something small. Before we begin our third story, please hit the like and subscribe buttons to support me. It would mean the world to me. This is our third story. For 15 years, Grace's apartment in the Harbour district of Sydney, Australia had been her sanctuary of beautiful things. Every surface held treasures, carefully collected vintage teacups from Kyoto, hand-woven rugs from Marrakesh, first edition books with leather bindings, paintings by local artists whose studio she'd visited. Each object carried a story, a memory, a piece of her life preserved in physical form. She dusted them weekly, rearranged them with care, and felt a deep satisfaction being surrounded by such beauty. One autumn evening, she was preparing tea in her favorite cup, delicate porcelain painted with cherry blossoms that she'd found years ago in a tiny shop near Gion. Her phone rang. Startled, she turned too quickly. The cup slipped from her fingers, seemed to hang in the air for an impossible moment, then shattered across the tile floor into a dozen pieces. Grace stood completely still, staring at the fragments scattered at her feet. This wasn't just any cup. This was the cup she'd used every single morning for 5 years. The cup that held memories of wandering through Kyoto at dawn, of the elderly shopkeeper who had wrapped it so tenderly, of sitting in a temple garden, watching petals fall like snow. Somehow, impossibly, the cup had become a container for those memories themselves. Anger flashed first. How could she be so careless? Then came grief, sharp and surprisingly intense. It's just a cup, she told herself. But tears came anyway. She knelt down slowly, carefully gathering each piece as if collecting them might somehow reverse what had happened. Holding the fragments in her palms, a memory surfaced from years before. At a meditation retreat, an elderly Japanese monk had held up a beautiful tea bowl for the group to see. This bowl, he'd said with a gentle smile, is already broken. The students had looked confused. The bowl was clearly intact, flawless even. The monk continued, in our culture, we have a way of seeing. The cup is already broken. When you use a cup, you understand completely that one day, maybe today, maybe in 10 years it will break. This is not sad. This is simply true. The cup's nature is to be fragile, to eventually return to the earth it came from. When you drink tea with this understanding, you appreciate the cup more deeply, not less. You see its beauty while knowing it is temporary. And when it finally breaks, you are not shocked or devastated. You simply say, "Ah, yes, the cup has done what cups do." At the time, Grace had found it interesting philosophy, something to nod at and discuss. Now, kneeling on her kitchen floor with porcelain fragments weighing in her hands, the teaching landed in her bones. The cup hadn't been stolen from her. It had simply fulfilled its nature. This wasn't a tragedy. It was just the cup being what cups are: temporary, fragile, impermanent. She sat there for a long time, breathing with the grief instead of pushing it away, letting it move through her body like weather passing through sky. And as she sat, something began to shift. The tight grip of attachment, the belief that her happiness somehow depended on this cup remaining whole, began to loosen. The memories the cup held weren't stored in the porcelain. They lived in her, The beauty she'd treasured wasn't destroyed. It had simply changed form, like water becoming steam. Finally, Grace stood. She placed the fragments gently in a small wooden box, then made herself tea using a different cup. The tea tasted exactly the same. The evening was still beautiful. She was still the woman who had traveled to Japan, who had watched cherry blossoms drift through morning air, who had laughed with a kind shopkeeper. None of that required the cup to exist. In the weeks that followed, Grace found herself seeing her entire collection through different eyes. Every beautiful object was already broken, already on its journey back to dust. This realization didn't diminish her love for them, it deepened it. She started actually using things she'd kept on shelves for years, too precious to touch. She invited friends over and served tea in her finest cups without that edge of anxiety. When a guest accidentally chipped a plate, Grace heard herself laugh. "It's okay," she said, surprised by her own lightness. It was always going to chip eventually. That's just what plates do. Her apartment gradually transformed from feeling like a museum into feeling like a home. Objects were no longer artifacts to preserve, but instruments for living, for sharing, for experiencing beauty right now, in this moment. And when things broke, as they inevitably did, she found herself repeating those words the monk had taught her. "Ah, yes. This has done what all things do. It has returned to its nature. Let your breath flow now like water following its own natural course, requiring no effort from you. Notice how each breath arises and passes away, comes and goes. You are not keeping yourself alive through trying. Life itself is breathing you. Can you trust that? Can you release your grip on even this present moment and trust that the next moment will arrive, and the one after that? Without your anxious management, let your breath flow now like water following its own natural course, requiring no effort from you. Notice how each breath arises and passes away, comes and goes. You are not keeping yourself alive through trying. Life itself is breathing you. Can you trust that? Can you release your grip on even this present moment and trust that the next moment will arrive, and the one after that? Without your anxious management, the teaching of impermanence asks us to hold everything lightly. Objects, yes, but also experiences, circumstances, relationships. Yet perhaps the most difficult thing to release our grip on is the story we tell ourselves about who we are, our identity, the roles we've built our lives around, the image we present to the world, and, more importantly, to ourselves. When that story begins to crumble, when the foundation we've built our sense of self upon starts to crack, we can feel like we're losing everything. But what if we're not losing ourselves? What if we're simply discovering what was never really solid to begin with? This was the question that haunted Wei during his darkest months in Singapore. For his entire adult life, Wei had known exactly who he was. In the gleaming financial district of Marina Bay, Singapore, he was the brilliant one, the software engineer whose mind could untangle problems that left others paralyzed. From childhood, people had defined him by his intelligence, the student who won every academic competition, who graduated top of his class, whose colleagues spoke his name with a certain reverence. Being smart wasn't just something Wei did. It was the foundation of his entire identity, the lens through which he understood his place in the world. Then, the company hired Priya, and that foundation began to crack. She was exceptional in ways that made Wei's considerable abilities suddenly look merely competent. She saw solutions before he'd finished analyzing the problem. Her code was elegant, where his was functional. Her insights cut through complexity like light through fog. Within 3 months, projects that should have been his were being assigned to her. The recognition he'd spent a decade earning began flowing toward someone else. Wei's instinct was to fight back by working harder. He stayed late at the office, took on extra projects, spent weekends studying new technologies with an almost frantic intensity. But the harder he grasped at his former status, the more it slipped through his fingers. Exhaustion degraded his performance. Anxiety clouded his thinking. And underneath everything, a bitter resentment toward Priya grew like a dark vine. Wrapping around his heart, a jealousy that filled him with shame, even as he couldn't uproot it. One humid evening, after watching Priya solve in under an hour what had stumped him for 3 full days, Wei walked home feeling like he was dissolving. The thought kept circling. If I'm not the smart one, then who am I? The question felt dangerous, like standing at the edge of an abyss. In desperation, he remembered a colleague mentioning a meditation center near Chinatown. Wei had always dismissed meditation as something for people who couldn't solve their problems through rational thinking. But his rationality had utterly failed him, leaving him raw and desperate enough to try anything. The teacher that evening was a small monk with gentle eyes who spoke about anatta, the Buddhist teaching of non-self. His voice was calm as deep water. We walk through life believing we are solid, unchanging beings. He said, we think there is a core me that remains constant through all our experiences, a permanent self that we must defend and protect. But the Buddha taught that this solidity is an illusion. What we call self is not a thing at all. It's a process, a river of constantly changing conditions, thoughts arising and passing, feelings emerging and dissolving, sensations coming and going. There is no permanent you to grasp or defend. Wei felt resistance rise in his chest like a wall. Of course, there was a self. He was Wei intelligent, ambitious, someone who mattered. Years of achievement proved it. This wasn't some philosophical abstraction. It was verified reality. The monk seemed to read his skepticism. He smiled with understanding, not judgment. Let me ask you something, he said gently. The Wei, sitting here right now, feeling anxious and diminished, is that the same Wei who felt confident and capable last year? The same Wei who won awards at university and felt certain of his place in the world? Or has something fundamental changed? Wei opened his mouth to say yes. Of course, he was the same person. But the words wouldn't come because they weren't true. The Wei of last year felt like a different person entirely, someone who had never tasted real self-doubt, who hadn't known the corrosive taste of professional jealousy, who moved through the world with an ease that now seemed impossible to imagine. That Wei's thoughts had been completely different. His body had held different tensions, different energies. Even his core values seemed to have shifted. He'd started questioning whether achievement and recognition were what actually mattered in life. The monk's voice continued, soft but penetrating. What you call Wei is not a fixed thing. It's more like a river. We give rivers names: the Ganges, the Amazon, and we speak of them as if they're singular, permanent entities. But a river is never the same from one moment to the next. The water is constantly flowing, being replaced, changing temperature and speed and direction. New water arrives from upstream. Old water moves downstream and eventually to the sea. What makes something a river is not any permanent substance, but a pattern, a continuous process of change. You are like that river. The confident thoughts you had last year have flowed away. The feelings of being exceptional have passed downstream. New thoughts arise, thoughts of inadequacy, of comparison, of fear. New feelings emerge, resentment, shame, confusion. New sensations appear in your body, tension in your shoulders, tightness in your chest. All of it constantly changing, like water moving through its course. What you call way is simply a name you give to this ever-changing flow, this process of arising and passing. And when you cling to an identity, I am the brilliant one, I am the best engineer, you are trying to freeze the river. You are demanding that yesterday's water still be here today. You are insisting that what was true last year must remain true now. And this demand, this grasping at permanence where there is only flow, creates enormous suffering. Wei sat with these words as they settled into him like stones dropping into water. Over the following weeks, he began watching himself with different eyes, observing his experience without immediately identifying with it. He noticed how his sense of self shifted continuously throughout each day. In the morning, after restful sleep, he felt capable and grounded. By afternoon, after a challenging code review, he felt small and inadequate. When he solved a problem, he briefly felt smart again. When he struggled, he felt stupid, round and round. Up and down, the feelings cycled endlessly, and none of them lasted. Each arose like a wave and dissolved back into stillness. The confident way, the inadequate way, the jealous way, the ashamed way, all just passing, weather patterns moving through awareness. He began to see something profound. His suffering wasn't actually caused by Priya's exceptional abilities. It was caused by his desperate clinging to being exceptional himself. He had built his entire sense of worth on the most unstable foundation imaginable, on being better than others, on external validation, on a role and status that were never permanent to begin with. He had constructed his identity like a house on sand, then blamed the tide when it started to wash away. One morning, Priya approached his desk with a problem she was working on. She wanted his perspective, valued his experience, even though her raw talent might exceed his. Wei's first instinct was defensive. Was this a test? Was she trying to expose his limitations? But he caught that thought before it fully formed, breathed with it, let it pass like a cloud. He looked at the actual situation without his narrative overlaying it. She genuinely wanted his help. There was no agenda, no hidden meaning, just a colleague asking for collaboration. He helped her work through the problem, and something unexpected happened. He enjoyed it. Without the crushing burden of needing to be the smartest person in every interaction, he could simply be present and useful. He could appreciate her gifts, the quick way her mind worked, the elegant solutions she found without feeling diminished by them. The rigid identity he'd been defending so fiercely, I am brilliant, I am the best, loosened its grip on his throat. And underneath that false solidity, he discovered something more essential and more real, just presence. Just the capacity to show up authentically and offer whatever he actually had in this moment, without needing it to prove anything about who he was. His worth didn't depend on being superior. It never had. That realization didn't arrive as dramatic relief or sudden enlightenment. It came more quietly, like a long-held tension finally releasing its hold, like fists that had been clenched for years, slowly opening. Soften your breathing now. Let it deepen naturally, without forcing anything. Notice how your sense of who you are shifts, even as you listen to these words, sometimes focused, sometimes drifting, sometimes understanding, sometimes confused. All of it arising and passing like weather moving through a vast sky. You are not the weather. You are the sky itself, the awareness that holds all these changes without being changed by them. The weeks that followed brought Wei into a different relationship with his work, with his colleagues, with himself. He still wrote code, still solved problems, still contributed meaningfully to projects. But he stopped using each accomplishment as evidence of his worth and each struggle as proof of his inadequacy. The work became just work, sometimes flowing easily, sometimes difficult, always changing. His friendship with Priya deepened in unexpected ways. One afternoon, over coffee, she confessed something that surprised him. "I've been watching you," she said quietly, "the way you've changed over these months. I came into this company carrying the same burden you were carrying, needing to prove I'm the smartest, needing constant validation. Watching you let go of that, it's teaching me something I didn't know I needed to learn." Wei realized then that everyone carries some version of this weight. Everyone builds their identity on shifting sand beauty, strength, youth, success, intelligence, being needed, being loved. And everyone eventually faces the moment when that foundation cracks. The only question is whether we fight desperately to maintain the illusion or whether we allow ourselves to discover what lies beneath it. What lies beneath, Wei found, is not the emptiness he had feared. It's something more like freedom, a spaciousness, the ability to meet each moment freshly rather than through the filter of a defended identity. He could be helpful when he had something to offer and quiet when he didn't, without either state meaning anything about his fundamental worth as a human being. His meditation practice deepened, not because he was trying to become someone better, but because sitting quietly helped him remember what the monk had taught, that he was not a fixed thing to improve or defend, but a process unfolding moment by moment. Some sits were peaceful, others were restless and uncomfortable. All of it just weather passing through. The Buddha called this teaching anatta, which is often translated as non-self or no-self. But these translations can be misleading, suggesting there is no one here, no experience happening. That's not quite right. The teaching is more subtle. There is experience, thoughts, thinking, emotions, feeling, sensations arising. But there is no separate, permanent you having these experiences. There is just the experiencing itself, a flow of changing conditions with no fixed center. When we see this clearly, when we truly understand that what we call I is just a useful convention rather than an ultimate reality, something profound shifts. We stop trying to defend and protect a self that was never solid to begin with. We stop demanding that our identity remain consistent, that our story stay the same. We can finally relax into the flow of change instead of exhausting ourselves swimming against it. Let your whole body soften now, releasing any tension you've been holding without even realizing it. Your jaw, your shoulders, your belly, all of it can soften. Notice how thoughts about who you are arise and dissolve. I am someone who struggles with sleep. I am anxious. I am trying to improve. Watch how these thoughts come and go like clouds. Are they really true? Or are they just passing mental weather? Here one moment and gone the next? This teaching of non-self connects intimately with the teaching of impermanence. If everything is constantly changing, including our thoughts, feelings, bodies, and circumstances, then how could there be a permanent self? The you of 10 years ago had different cells in your body, different memories, different fears and hopes. The you of 10 years from now will be different still. So which one is the real you? The answer the Buddha offered is, none of them, and all of them. You are the process of change itself, not a fixed point within it. And this isn't a depressing realization. It's profoundly liberating. When we stop clinging to a fixed identity, we become free to respond authentically to what each moment actually requires, rather than constantly trying to maintain a consistent self-image. We can be strong when strength is needed and vulnerable when vulnerability serves. We can be competent in our areas of skill and humbly admit ignorance in our areas of not knowing. We can let others shine without feeling diminished. We can fail without it, meaning we are failures. The mask we've been wearing, the persona we've been protecting, can finally come off. And what's revealed isn't the inadequacy we feared, but something far more real and vital. Sometimes this teaching arrives not through intellectual understanding, but through the body itself, through illness or injury that strips away our carefully constructed sense of control. In the coastal town of Wellington, New Zealand, there lived a dancer named Sophie, whose body had been her instrument, her identity, her way of moving through the world for 20 years. She had trained since childhood ballet, contemporary, everything. Her body was strong, precise, responsive to the smallest intention. Dancing wasn't just what Sophie did, it was who she was at the most fundamental level. Then, at 32, she injured her knee during a performance. Not a small injury that would heal with rest, but a serious tear that required surgery and months of rehabilitation. The surgeon was optimistic about her recovery, but realistic. She would dance again, but differently. Some movements would no longer be possible. The ease and power she'd taken for granted would require conscious effort. Her body would never quite be the same instrument it had been. Sophie fell into despair that felt like drowning. Physical therapy sessions were torture, not because of pain, though there was plenty of that, but because each exercise reminded her of what she'd lost. Her body, which had always been her trusted ally, now felt like a betrayal. She couldn't trust it anymore. And if she couldn't dance the way she had before, if her body no longer responded with that effortless grace, then who was she? Her physical therapist, a woman in her 60s named Margaret. He watched Sophie struggle not just with the exercises, but with something deeper. One day, after Sophie had spent an entire session silently crying through her knee bends, Margaret sat beside her. "Can I tell you something?" Margaret asked gently. Sophie nodded, not trusting her voice. 30 years ago, I was a competitive swimmer, Olympic trials, national team, the whole trajectory. Then I developed a shoulder injury that ended my career. I went through exactly what you're going through, the grief, the identity crisis, the feeling that I'd lost myself. She paused, but eventually I realized something. I had built my entire sense of self on what my body could do. And when it couldn't do those things anymore, I thought I'd disappeared. But I hadn't. I was still here. The me that loved movement, that found joy in physical expression, that wanted to help people with their bodies, that was all still here. It just needed to find new forms. Sophie looked at her through tears. "But dancing is who I am." Margaret's eyes were kind but unflinching. "No, dancing is what you do. Who you are is something much larger. The question is whether you're willing to find out what that is. Over the long months of recovery, Sophie began exploring that question. At first, it felt like falling into a void. Without dance, without her identity as a dancer, she felt formless, lost. But gradually, carefully, she began to notice what remained when the role was stripped away. She still loved music that hadn't disappeared with her injury. She still felt pulled toward beauty, toward expression, toward the sacred space where art and spirit meet. She still wanted to help others find freedom in their bodies. None of that required her knee to work perfectly. She started teaching children's dance classes, working with bodies much less trained than hers had been, finding unexpected joy in their awkward, enthusiastic movements. She began studying movement therapy, learning how to help people heal trauma stored in their bodies. She choreographed pieces for other dancers, discovering that creating movement could be as fulfilling as performing it. And slowly, as her knee healed and she began dancing again differently, more carefully, with new limitations, she found something she'd never had before: freedom from needing her body to be perfect. She could dance with injury, with imperfection, with the honest truth of what her body could and couldn't do in any given moment. The performance of effortless grace had been replaced by something more authentic: presence with what is. One evening, almost 2 years after her injury, Sophie performed in a small contemporary piece. Her movement was different from before, more grounded, less airborne, incorporating the limitation of her knee rather than trying to hide it. After the performance, a young dancer approached her backstage, eyes shining. "That was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen," she said. "You moved like you weren't trying to be anything other than exactly what you are." Sophie felt tears rise, but this time they were different. Not grief, but recognition. Yes, that was exactly it. She had stopped trying to be the perfect dancer, the exceptional body, the flawless instrument. She had started simply being Sophie, moving honestly through space with whatever her body could offer in this moment. The injury hadn't destroyed her. It had freed her from the prison of her own expectations. Breathe slowly now, feeling the rise and fall of your chest. Notice how your body is constantly changing, never the same, from one moment to the next. Cells dying and being born, breath entering and leaving, sensations arising and passing. You are not the same body you were when this recording started. You will not be the same body when it ends. Can you be at peace with this constant transformation? Can you trust the process of change rather than fighting to freeze yourself in time? The teaching of non-self shows us that we are not our roles, not our abilities, not even our bodies. These are all temporary conditions, flowing through like water through a riverbed. What we truly are is harder to define, more spacious and mysterious. But perhaps we don't need to define it. Perhaps the point is simply to stop defending the false definitions and rest in the open question. This openness, this willingness to not know who we are, creates space for something genuine to emerge. Not a new identity to cling to, but a way of being that's responsive, fluid, alive to each moment's unique requirements. The ancient teachers understood this. They knew that our suffering comes from grasping at pleasure, grasping at success, grasping at identity, grasping at permanence in a world where everything is constantly dissolving and reforming. And they taught that the antidote to grasping is not force, not willpower, not trying harder. The antidote is surrender. Not giving up, but opening up. Not resignation, but radical acceptance of what is. There's a deeper layer to this teaching that many people miss at first. It's one thing to accept external circumstances, broken cups, career changes, physical limitations. It's another thing entirely to accept our own internal weather, the difficult emotions, the unwanted thoughts, the parts of ourselves we've been at war with for years. This internal acceptance is perhaps the most challenging practice of all, and the most transformative. Sarah had struggled with anxiety for as long as she could remember. Growing up in downtown Vancouver, Canada, she'd learned early to hide it, the racing heart before presentations, the spiraling thoughts late at night, the constant low-grade dread that something terrible was about to happen. She became an expert at appearing calm while chaos churned inside her. By her mid-30s, Sarah had tried everything to fix her anxiety. Therapy, medication, meditation apps, yoga, breathing exercises, dietary changes. Some things helped temporarily, but the anxiety always returned, often stronger than before, and each return felt like a personal failure, proof that something was fundamentally broken in her that couldn't be repaired. The worst part wasn't the anxiety itself, it was her relationship with it. She hated her anxiety with a fierce, exhausting hatred. She saw it as an enemy occupying her mind, something foreign that needed to be expelled. Every anxious thought felt like evidence of her weakness. Every panic attack left her feeling ashamed and defeated. She was anxious about being anxious, afraid of her own fear, creating layers upon layers of suffering. One evening, after a particularly severe panic attack left her trembling on her bathroom floor, Sarah's partner gently suggested she try a different approach. A friend had recommended a therapist who specialized in something called ACT, acceptance and commitment therapy, which drew heavily from Buddhist principles. Sarah was skeptical. She'd tried therapy before, but she was also desperate. So she made an appointment. The therapist, Dr. Patel. I listened to Sarah's history without the sympathetic head tilting Sarah had grown to resent. Instead, she asked an unexpected question. What if you stopped trying to get rid of the anxiety? Sarah looked at her as if she'd suggested jumping off a bridge. What do you mean? The anxiety is the problem. That's why I'm here to get rid of it. Dr. Patel smiled gently. I understand. But consider this. You've been fighting your anxiety for decades, trying every technique and strategy to eliminate it. And how has that worked? Sarah felt tears rising. It hasn't. It just keeps coming back. Which means I keep failing. Or, Dr. Patel said softly, it means you've been trying to solve the wrong problem. What if the anxiety itself isn't the problem? What if the problem is your relationship with the anxiety, the war you're waging against it? Over the following weeks, Dr. Patel introduced Sarah to a practice that felt counterintuitive and frightening. Instead of trying to push anxiety away or fix it or manage it, Sarah was to welcome it, to actually invite it in, acknowledge it, make space for it. When you feel anxiety arising, Dr. Patel explained, instead of immediately trying to suppress it or distract yourself from it, I want you to pause, Notice where you feel it in your body, and then say something like, "Hello, anxiety. I see you. You're welcome here." Just observe it with curiosity, like a scientist studying something fascinating. Sarah thought this was insane. Welcome the anxiety? The thing that had been tormenting her for years, but she was out of other options. So she tried it. The first few attempts were excruciating. When anxiety arose, the familiar tightness in her chest, the racing thoughts, to the sense of impending doom. Her instinct was to fight it, to escape it, to do anything but welcome it. But she forced herself to pause, to breathe, to say the words, even though they felt like lies. "Hello, anxiety. You're welcome here." And then something unexpected began to happen. When Sarah stopped fighting the anxiety, when she stopped adding the second layer of suffering, the shame about feeling anxious, the fear of the fear itself, the raw sensation of anxiety began to feel different. Not pleasant, but no longer catastrophic. It was just a physical sensation, tightness, rapid heartbeat, churning thoughts, uncomfortable. Yes, but not unbearable. Not evidence of brokenness, just sensation arising, and when she didn't feed it with resistance, eventually passing. She started getting curious about her anxiety rather than afraid of it. What triggered it? What was it trying to protect her from? What did it feel like? Exactly. In her body? She noticed that anxiety often arose when she was about to do something meaningful, give a presentation, have an important conversation, take a risk. The anxiety wasn't random. It was her nervous system trying to keep her safe, even if its methods were outdated and often counterproductive. One morning, before a big work presentation, Sarah felt panic beginning to build. The old pattern would have been to frantically try to calm herself down, to tell herself there was nothing to worry about, to fight the rising terror with positive thinking and breathing techniques. Instead, she sat quietly in her car and spoke to the anxiety directly. "I see you," she said out loud, feeling only slightly ridiculous. "You're trying to protect me. You're worried I'll embarrass myself, that people will judge me. Thank you for trying to keep me safe. But I'm okay. I can handle this. Even with you here." The anxiety didn't disappear, but something in it shifted, softened. It was still there as she walked into the building, as she set up her slides, as she began to speak. But she wasn't fighting it anymore. She was anxious and presenting. Both things were true at once. And somehow, that was okay. Over months of practice, Sarah's relationship with her anxiety transformed completely. It still arose, probably always would, but she no longer saw it as an enemy or a sign of personal failure. It was just a part of her internal weather, arising and passing like everything else. She could feel anxious and still live her life. She could have panic and still show up for what mattered. The anxiety no longer had veto power over her choices. One day in Dr. Patel's office, Sarah realized something profound. "I think I've been creating most of my own suffering," she said slowly. The anxiety was uncomfortable, but the real torture was my war against it. All those years of fighting it, hating it, being ashamed of it, that's what was truly unbearable. Dr. Patel nodded. "This is what the Buddha taught. The first arrow is the pain that life brings in your case. A nervous system that produces anxiety. that arrow is often unavoidable. But the second arrow, the suffering we create through our resistance, our judgment, our stories about what the pain means, that arrow we shoot into ourselves. And that's the one we can learn to stop shooting. Sarah understood then that acceptance wasn't about liking her anxiety or wanting it to stay. It was about stopping the exhausting fight against reality. It was about meeting what is with openness rather than resistance. And paradoxically, when she stopped trying so desperately to eliminate her anxiety, it began to have less power over her life. She started saying yes to opportunities she would have declined before: travel, new projects, social events. The anxiety would arise, sometimes intensely, but she'd learned to make room for it, to bring it along rather than waiting for it to disappear before she could live. She became, in a strange way, friends with her anxiety. Not in the sense of enjoying it, but in the sense of no longer being at war with it. Her partner noticed the change. "You seem lighter," he said one evening, "more at peace somehow." Sarah smiled. "I'm probably just as anxious as I've always been, but I'm not anxious about being anxious anymore. And that makes all the difference. Let your breathing settle into its own natural rhythm now, requiring nothing from you. Notice if there are uncomfortable sensations in your body: tension, restlessness, physical discomfort. Can you soften around these sensations rather than bracing against them? Can you make space for discomfort without needing it to change or disappear, just for this moment? Can you practice the same acceptance Sarah learned, meeting what is with openness rather than resistance? This practice of welcoming our inner experience, even the difficult parts, is one of the most radical teachings the Buddha offered. It goes against every instinct we have, every message we've received about needing to be positive, to fix ourselves, to eliminate negativity. But the path to peace doesn't run through elimination. It runs through acceptance, through making space for the full spectrum of human experience. When we stop dividing our experiences into acceptable and unacceptable, when we stop trying to curate our inner lives to match some ideal, we discover a profound freedom. Not freedom from difficulty, but freedom within it. We can be sad and okay, anxious and whole, imperfect and enough. The peace we've been seeking doesn't require perfect circumstances or a perfectly calm mind. It's available right here, in the midst of whatever we're actually experiencing. This teaching extends beyond our emotions to include our thoughts, especially the difficult ones, the self-critical voice, the comparing mind, the endless planning and worrying that can dominate our inner landscape. Let me tell you another story. For years, Thomas had been tormented by his own thoughts. A high school teacher in Dublin, Ireland, he would lie awake at night, replaying conversations from the day, analyzing every word he'd said, finding evidence of his inadequacy in the smallest interactions. I sounded stupid when I explained that concept. That student thinks I'm incompetent. My colleagues must wonder how I got this job. Round and round, the thoughts would spiral, each one building on the last, creating an entire narrative of failure from the flimsiest evidence. Thomas had tried everything to stop these thoughts. Positive affirmations that felt hollow, thought-stopping techniques that only seemed to make the thoughts more insistent, distraction that worked temporarily but left the thoughts waiting in the wings, ready to pounce the moment his attention wavered. The thoughts felt like enemies, invaders in his own mind that he couldn't evict, no matter how hard he tried. What Thomas didn't understand yet was that fighting the thoughts was what gave them their power. Every time he tried to push them away, He was essentially telling himself that they were dangerous, important, worthy of his energy and attention. The resistance itself was creating a feedback loop that amplified the very thing he was trying to eliminate. One afternoon, during a particularly difficult period when the negative thoughts seemed relentless, Thomas stumbled across a book about mindfulness at a local bookshop. He almost didn't buy it. He'd tried mindfulness apps before and found them unhelpful. But something about the simplicity of the book's message caught his attention. You are not your thoughts. That night, he read about a practice called noting, simply observing thoughts as they arise and labeling them without judgment. Thinking about the past, worrying about the future, criticizing myself. The book suggested that thoughts are like cars passing on a street. You're not in the cars. You're standing on the sidewalk, watching them go by. Thomas decided to try it the next time the critical thoughts began their familiar assault. He didn't have to wait long. That evening, after a parent-teacher conference that he felt had gone poorly, the thoughts arrived right on schedule. You handled that terribly. She thinks you're a bad teacher. You probably are a bad teacher. You're letting your students down. Instead of believing the thoughts or fighting them, Thomas tried something different. He imagined himself standing on a sidewalk, watching the thoughts pass like cars. There's a self-critical thought, he noted quietly. There's a catastrophizing thought. There's a comparison thought. He didn't try to stop them or argue with them. He just watched them arise and pass, the way he might watch clouds moving across the sky. Something remarkable happened. When he stopped engaging with the thoughts, neither believing them nor fighting them, they began to lose their grip. They were still there, still arising, but they felt less solid, less true, less important. They were just thoughts, mental events, not facts about reality, not commands he had to obey, just phenomena arising in consciousness and dissolving again. Over weeks of practice, Thomas's relationship with his thinking mind transformed. He started to see patterns he'd never noticed before. The critical thoughts were strongest when he was tired. The catastrophizing peaked on Sunday evenings before the work week began. The comparing mind activated when he felt insecure or uncertain. None of it was random. It was all just his mind's habitual way of trying to protect him, even though its methods created more suffering than safety. He also noticed something else: the space between thoughts. In the moments when one thought had passed and before the next one arose, there was a gap, a moment of pure awareness without mental content. These gaps were brief at first, barely noticeable, but as he continued practicing, they began to expand. He could rest in that spacious awareness for a few seconds, sometimes even longer. And in those moments, he felt a peace that didn't depend on having the right thoughts or eliminating the wrong ones. It was a peace that came from recognizing that he was not his thoughts at all. He was the awareness in which thoughts arose and passed. One evening, walking home through the lamp-lit streets of Dublin after a long day, Thomas noticed his mind beginning its usual evening critique. But this time, instead of getting pulled into the story, he smiled. "Hello, thinking," he said quietly to himself. "I see you're doing your thing again." And he kept walking, the thought still present, but no longer in control. Like background music he could hear, but didn't have to dance to. The Buddha taught that we create much of our suffering through what he called papaññika, mental proliferation. One thought leads to another, which leads to another, building elaborate stories and scenarios that have little connection to present reality. We take a simple moment, someone not returning our smile, and create an entire narrative. They don't like me. They think I'm awkward. Everyone thinks I'm awkward. I'll never have real friends. I'm fundamentally unlovable. None of this narrative is actually happening. It's all just thinking, proliferating in the mind like a virus. The practice is to catch this process early, before the thoughts gain momentum. To notice, thinking is happening. And then to gently return attention to what's actually here, the sensation of breathing, the feeling of your feet on the ground, the sounds around you, not fighting the thoughts, but not feeding them either. Just letting them be while redirecting attention to present moment experience. Breathe gently now and notice your own thinking. See if you can observe your thoughts without getting lost in them. They might be thoughts about this practice, thoughts about your day, thoughts about tomorrow, thoughts about yourself. Can you see them as just thoughts, mental events arising in awareness rather than truths you must believe or problems you must solve? Can you let them drift through like clouds through sky, while you rest as the sky itself? Vast and unchanging, the teachings we've been exploring: impermanence, non-self, acceptance, all point toward the same fundamental insight. We create our own suffering when we resist reality as it is. When we demand that the cup not break, that our abilities remain constant, that our anxiety disappear, that our thoughts align with some ideal, this resistance is so habitual, so deeply ingrained, that we barely notice we're doing it. It feels like breathing, but it's actually suffocating us. What would happen if we stopped? If we met each moment with radical acceptance, without the overlay of how it should be different? Let me tell you another story. Marcus lived in the tech corridor of Austin, Texas, USA, where he'd built a successful career as a software architect. Not building architecture, he liked to joke, but software architecture, designing the invisible frameworks that made applications work. He was good at it, well compensated, respected by his peers. His life looked successful from the outside, and for years it had felt successful from the inside too. Then his marriage ended, not dramatically, not through betrayal or explosion, but through a slow erosion neither he nor his wife seemed able to stop. They'd grown into different people, wanted different things, could no longer find the connection that had once felt so natural. The divorce was mutual, even kind, which somehow made it harder. There was no villain to blame, no dramatic story to tell, just two people who'd loved each other once and now didn't quite anymore. Around the same time, his father was diagnosed with Alzheimer's. Marcus watched the man who taught him to think, to question, to build things with his hands, slowly disappear into confusion and then absence. And his company went through a restructuring that eliminated his position. Not his fault, nothing personal, just the brutal mathematics of corporate efficiency. Within 6 months, Marcus had lost his marriage, his father's mind, and his job. His entire life structure collapsed like a building whose foundation had suddenly dissolved. His first response was to fix it all immediately. He threw himself into job searching with manic intensity. He dated frantically, trying to prove to himself he was still desirable. He avoided his father, unable to bear witnessing the deterioration. He stayed busy, stayed moving, filled every moment with activity so he wouldn't have to feel the enormousness of what he was losing. But exhaustion has a way of catching up. and grief has a way of demanding to be felt. One night, after another disappointing date and another rejection email from a company he'd interviewed with, Marcus sat alone in his apartment, half his furniture gone, taken by his ex-wife, or sold, and finally let himself stop running. He felt the full weight of his life falling apart. The loneliness, the uncertainty, the fear, the grief for his father, for his marriage, for the version of himself who'd felt secure and successful just months ago. He wept like he hadn't wept since childhood. Great heaving sobs that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than his conscious mind. And in the midst of that breakdown, something broke open. He realized he'd been fighting reality with every tool he possessed. Fighting the divorce by frantically dating. Fighting the job loss by obsessively searching. Fighting his grief by staying constantly busy. And all that fighting had left him exhausted and empty. No closer to peace than when it all started. What if he stopped fighting? What if he just let it be this bad? The thought was terrifying. If he stopped trying to fix everything, if he just accepted that his life had fallen apart, wouldn't he drown in despair? Wouldn't he collapse completely? But he was already drowning, already collapsed. The fighting wasn't saving him. It was just preventing him from finding solid ground at the bottom. So he tried something radical. He stopped resisting. He let himself be divorced. Let himself be unemployed. Let himself be sad. He stopped telling himself he shouldn't feel this way. Stopped comparing himself to people whose lives seemed more together. He stopped demanding that he bounce back faster or handle it all better. He just let it be what it was: devastating, disorienting, deeply painful. And something unexpected happened. When he stopped adding the resistance to the pain, when he stopped shooting that second arrow, the raw pain itself became bearable. Not pleasant, not welcome, but bearable. He could be sad without being broken. He could be uncertain without being worthless. He could grieve without drowning. He started visiting his father regularly again, even though each visit was harder than the last. He sat with the confusion, the moments when his father didn't recognize him, the slow erasure of the man he'd known. He stopped trying to fix it or make it different. He just showed up, held his father's hand, spoke gently, even when the words weren't understood. He stopped the frantic job search and took a part-time consulting gig that paid less but gave him space to breathe. He stopped dating and started just being alone, learning to sit with his own company without constantly seeking distraction. And slowly, imperceptibly at first, something shifted. Not his circumstances, those were still difficult, but his relationship with his circumstances. He discovered that he could be in the midst of loss and still find moments of peace. He could be uncertain about the future and still be present for this moment. He could grieve deeply and still appreciate the sunset, the taste of good coffee, the kindness of a friend. Acceptance didn't mean he liked what was happening. It didn't mean he stopped working toward better circumstances, but it meant he stopped making his peace conditional on those circumstances changing. He found a ground of okayness beneath the changing weather of his life. Months later, sitting in a coffee shop with a friend who asked how he was doing, Marcus surprised himself by answering honestly, "My life is still a mess. I still don't know what's next. I still miss my marriage and grieve my father. But somehow, I'm okay. Not despite the mess, but in the midst of it, I've stopped waiting for everything to be fixed before I allow myself to be at peace." His friend looked at him with something like wonder. How did you get there? Marcus thought for a moment. I stopped fighting what is. I stopped demanding that reality be different before I could accept it. And in that surrender, I found something I'd been searching for my whole life without knowing it. The ability to be okay no matter what's happening. Let your whole body relax now, releasing into the support beneath you. Feel how the earth holds you without effort, without resistance. Your body knows how to rest. Your breath knows how to flow. Can you trust that same natural wisdom to hold your life? Can you stop fighting what is and simply let yourself be held by this moment? Exactly as it is. Word count to 11. 300. This quality of acceptance that Marcus discovered is not passive resignation. It's not giving up on growth or change or working toward better circumstances. It's something far more subtle and powerful. It's the recognition that our peace doesn't have to wait for perfect conditions. We can be at peace in the midst of imperfection, in the midst of difficulty, in the midst of uncertainty. The Buddha called this practice equanimity, the ability to remain balanced and centered regardless of whether life is bringing pleasure or pain, success or failure, praise or blame. It's not indifference. It's not numbness. It's a deep, grounded acceptance that allows us to respond to life skillfully rather than react from a place of resistance. This equanimity grows naturally when we truly understand impermanence. When we know in our bones that everything changes, we stop clinging so desperately to the good and pushing away so frantically from the bad. We can appreciate joy while it's here without demanding it stay forever. We can be with pain while it's here without adding the story that it will last forever or that we shouldn't be feeling it. Everything passes. The good, the bad, and the neutral, all of it flowing like a river that never stops moving. Our suffering comes from trying to dam the river, trying to hold on to certain waters and push away others. Our freedom comes from learning to swim. Let me tell you another story. In the harbour city of Auckland, New Zealand, there was a woman named Claire who ran a small bakery that had been in her family for 3 generations. Her grandmother had started it in the 1950 seconds. Her mother had expanded it, and Claire had poured her heart into maintaining the legacy. The bakery was more than a business. It was a piece of family history, a connection to her roots, a daily ritual that gave her life shape and meaning. Then the pandemic hit. Lockdowns emptied the streets. Her regular customers disappeared overnight. Revenue dropped by 90% in a matter of weeks. Claire tried everything: online orders, delivery, creative promotions, but nothing could replace the steady foot traffic the bakery depended on. Within 6 months, she was forced to close the doors permanently. The loss was devastating, not just financially, though that was significant, but emotionally, spiritually. She felt like she'd failed her grandmother, failed her mother, failed the legacy she'd been entrusted to preserve. The bakery had been her purpose, her identity. Without it, she felt unmoored, like a boat cut loose from its anchor. For weeks, Claire spiraled into a depression so deep she could barely get out of bed. She replayed every decision, wondering what she could have done differently. She felt shame when she saw former customers on the street. She avoided her mother's calls, unable to bear the weight of disappointing her. One morning, unable to sleep and desperate for something to focus on besides her grief, Claire went for a walk along the waterfront just as the sun was rising. The harbour was still, reflecting the pink and orange sky like a mirror. She found herself on a bench overlooking the water, watching the light gradually change as morning arrived. A woman sat down beside her, elderly, with kind eyes and a peaceful presence. They sat in silence for a while, both watching the sunrise. Then the woman spoke. "Beautiful, isn't it? And it's never the same twice." Claire nodded, surprised to feel tears rising. Something about the simple observation touched a tender place inside her. "I used to run a bookstore," the woman continued, still looking at the water. "Had it for 37 years. It was my whole life. Then Amazon and ebooks came along, and I couldn't compete. Had to close it 5 years ago." Claire turned to look at her, seeing her own pain reflected in this stranger's story. "I thought I would die when I lost it," the woman said softly. "It felt like losing a child. I went through all the stages: denial, anger, bargaining, depression. I blamed myself, blamed technology, blamed the changing world. I held on to that grief like it was all I had left." "What changed?" Claire asked, her voice barely a whisper. The woman smiled. "I kept coming here, to this bench, to watch the sunrises, and gradually, I started to notice something. The sun rises every morning without fail, but it's never the same. The colors are different. The clouds are different. The quality of light is different. Every single morning is unique, unrepeatable, and then it's gone, replaced by afternoon, then evening, then night." She turned to face Claire directly. "I realized I'd been trying to hold on to one particular sunrise, trying to keep it from changing. My bookstore was beautiful. It was my sunrise. But it was never meant to last forever. Nothing is. And in my grief and my grasping, I was missing all the other sunrises, all the other forms of beauty and meaning that were trying to emerge in my life." "What did you do?" Claire asked. "I let it go. Not all at once, that's not how grief works. But gradually, day by day, sunrise by sunrise, I loosened my grip. I stopped demanding that my life look the way it used to look. I started asking instead, what wants to emerge now? What's the next sunrise?" The woman stood to leave, then paused. "For me, it turned out to be volunteering at a literacy program, teaching people to read. It's not the same as having my bookstore, but it connects me to books, to people, to purpose. It's a different sunrise, but it's beautiful in its own way." After she left, Claire sat with those words. She thought about her bakery, the early mornings mixing dough, the regular customers whose orders she knew by heart, the satisfaction of creating something with her hands that brought people joy. All of that was real. All of that mattered. But it was also over. Finished. Like a sunset that had already slipped below the horizon. She could spend the rest of her life mourning that sunset, demanding that it return, refusing to look at what was here now. Or she could turn around and face the east, where a new sunrise was waiting to happen. The thought didn't make the grief disappear, but it created a small opening, a possibility she hadn't been able to see before. Over the following months, Claire began slowly turning toward that possibility. She started small, teaching baking classes from her home kitchen. Just a few people at first. Learning to make bread, she found unexpected joy in it. A different kind of satisfaction than running the bakery, but satisfaction nonetheless. One of her students mentioned needing therapeutic activities for people in recovery from addiction. Claire developed a program teaching baking as a mindfulness practice, the meditation of kneading dough. The presence required to follow a recipe. the immediate feedback of creating something tangible. It grew organically from there. Within a year, she was running regular programs, had partnered with several recovery centers, and was exploring writing a book about baking as contemplative practice. It wasn't the bakery. It would never be the bakery. But it was meaningful work that used her skills and experience in a completely new way. When her mother finally asked her directly, "Are you okay with how things turned out?" Claire surprised herself by answering honestly, "I'm sad about losing the bakery. I think I'll always carry some grief about that. But I'm also grateful for what emerged from that loss. I never would have found this work if I'd stayed where I was. The closing wasn't what I wanted, but it opened a door I didn't even know existed." Her mother was quiet for a moment, then said something that brought tears to Claire's eyes. "Your grandmother would be proud, not because you kept the bakery going, but because you learned what she knew, that the real legacy isn't a building or a business. It's the ability to create beauty and meaning wherever you are. Whatever the circumstances, feel your breathing now. The gentle rise and fall happening all on its own. Notice how breath doesn't cling to being in or being out. It flows naturally, completing each cycle and beginning the next. Can you bring that same quality of flow to your own life? Can you let each chapter complete without grasping? Can you trust that new chapters are always waiting to begin? Word count to 12. 700. The teaching Claire learned through her loss is one of the most liberating truths we can discover. Endings are not failures. They are completions. Every chapter of life has a natural arc, a beginning, a middle, and an end. Our suffering comes from trying to extend chapters beyond their natural conclusion, from refusing to turn the page, even when the story has moved on. This doesn't mean we shouldn't grieve endings. Grief is appropriate, even necessary. But there's a difference between healthy grief, the natural sadness that comes with loss, and the additional suffering we create by demanding that things be different, by telling ourselves stories about how we should have prevented the ending, by refusing to accept that this chapter has closed. Healthy grief moves through us like weather. It comes in waves, intense and then quieter, present and then receding. We can be with it, breathe with it, let it have its time, and gradually, naturally, it transforms, not disappearing entirely, but becoming softer, more bittersweet than bitter, tinged with gratitude for what was, rather than only loss for what is no longer. Unhealthy grief, the kind mixed with resistance and should have beens, gets stuck. It becomes a loop we play over and over, a story we tell ourselves that keeps the wound fresh, that prevents healing not because healing isn't possible, but because we won't allow it. The practice is to notice the difference, to feel when grief is naturally moving through us and when we're actively holding on to it, using it perhaps as a way to avoid facing what comes next. Let me tell you another story. In the coastal city of San Diego, California, USA, there lived a man named David, whose son had died 5 years earlier in a car accident. Jake had been 23, full of promise and plans, when a drunk driver ran a red light and ended everything in an instant. The grief had been crushing. David had gone through all the expected stages, had done therapy, had joined support groups for parents who'd lost children. Everyone told him it would get easier with time, and in some ways, it had. The raw, howling agony of the first year had softened into something more like a constant ache, a heaviness he carried everywhere. But David had also noticed something else happening. He built a kind of identity around being Jake's grieving father. He talked about Jake constantly at work, at social gatherings, with anyone who would listen. He kept Jake's room exactly as it had been, untouched, like a shrine. He visited the cemetery every single day without fail, regardless of weather or commitments. He wore Jake's baseball cap everywhere. His wife had gently suggested, after a few years, that maybe it was time to donate some of Jake's clothes, to turn his room into something they could use. David had reacted with rage. How could she even suggest such a thing? Was she trying to erase their son? But late at night, in moments of brutal honesty with himself, David knew his wife wasn't wrong. He knew that part of him was clinging to the grief, using it as a way to keep Jake alive, as proof of his love. If he let go of the grief, even a little, wouldn't that mean Jake didn't matter? Wouldn't that mean he'd stopped loving his son? One evening at the cemetery, David noticed another man who'd been visiting a nearby grave regularly. They'd nodded to each other over the months but never spoken. This time, the man approached. "I lost my daughter 8 years ago," he said without preamble. "Leukemia. She was 16. David nodded, recognizing a fellow member of the club no one wants to join. "I see you here every day," the man continued. "I used to come every day too. For 3 years. Why'd you stop?" David asked, hearing the edge in his own voice. The man didn't take offense. "I didn't stop loving her. I stopped needing to prove it. There's a difference." David felt something crack open inside him at those words. "A therapist told me something that changed everything," the man said. She said, "Grief is love with nowhere to go. But love doesn't have to be trapped in grief. You can find other places for it to flow." He gestured to the graves around them. "Our children are gone. That's the terrible truth we have to live with. But we're still here. And we have a choice about how we carry them. We can carry them as an open wound that we keep picking at, or as a scar that's tender but healed. Both honor their memory, but only one lets us keep living." After the man left, David sat with his son's grave as the sun set. He thought about the 5 years since Jake's death. How much of his own life had he put on hold? How many opportunities had he declined? How many connections had he avoided? How much joy had he pushed away because feeling joy felt like a betrayal of his grief? Jake wouldn't have wanted this. Jake, who'd been so full of life, who'd loved surfing and music and terrible jokes, who'd wanted to travel the world and make a difference. He wouldn't have wanted his father to stop living. The realization didn't make the grief disappear, but it shifted something fundamental. David understood that he'd been confusing grief with love, as if the depth of his pain was proof of the depth of his caring. But they weren't the same thing. He could love Jake completely and also let the grip of grief soften. He could remember without drowning. He could honor without being destroyed. The changes came gradually. David didn't stop visiting the cemetery, but he went weekly instead of daily. He and his wife slowly transformed Jake's room, keeping some meaningful items, but creating a space they could use a library where they could read and remember and also live. He donated Jake's clothes to a youth center, imagining young people wearing them, getting use from them, keeping something of Jake's spirit alive in the world in a way a closet never could. He started surfing again, something he'd done with Jake but had abandoned after the accident because it hurt too much. The first time back in the water, paddling out into the dawn-lit waves, he wept, but he also felt something he hadn't felt in 5 years, connection. To the ocean Jake had loved, to the sport they'd shared, to life itself. Still here, still offering moments of beauty despite the terrible losses. One morning, catching a wave and riding it toward shore, David felt a presence, not literally, not supernaturally, but a quality of knowing that felt as real as anything. Jake was in the wave, in the salt water, in the morning light, in David's own still beating heart. Not trapped in a cemetery or a bedroom or David's grief. Everywhere and nowhere. Gone and somehow still here. Lost and yet somehow not lost at all. That evening, David said something to his wife he'd never been able to say before. I think Jake would want us to be happy. Not happy that he's gone. We'll never be happy about that. But happy in spite of it. Happy as a way of honoring the life he lived. Not just the death he died. His wife took his hand, tears streaming down her face. I think so too. Breathe deeply now and feel what you're carrying. What grief or loss or disappointment have you been holding on to? Perhaps longer than it needs to be held. Can you feel the difference between the natural sadness of loss and the extra layer of resistance? The story that it shouldn't have happened or that you should be over it by now. Can you make space for both the grief and the ongoing flow of life? Letting them coexist without one destroying the other? This wisdom, David discovered that we can honor what we've lost while still remaining open to life, is one of the most mature expressions of the Buddhist path. It's the integration of grief and acceptance, of remembering and releasing, of holding the past tenderly while not being imprisoned by it. The Buddha taught that attachment is the root of suffering, but this is often misunderstood. Attachment doesn't mean love or care or connection. Attachment means clinging, grasping, demanding that things be different than they are or remain the same when change is their nature. We can love deeply without attachment. We can care profoundly without clinging. We can form meaningful connections while understanding that all connections are temporary, that everything we meet is already in the process of leaving. This understanding doesn't diminish love, it deepens it. When we love with awareness of impermanence, when we appreciate something or someone knowing that this exact moment will never come again, we pay attention differently. We show up more fully. We waste less time on petty conflicts and more time on genuine connection. We say the things that matter instead of assuming there will always be more time. And when loss comes, as it inevitably will, we can grieve without adding the suffering of resistance. We can be sad without being destroyed. We can remember without being trapped in the past. Let me tell you another story. There was a meditation teacher named Helen who taught at a center in the mountains outside Denver, Colorado, USA. She'd been practicing for 30 years, teaching for 15, and had a reputation for wisdom and clarity. Students came from across the country to study with her, drawn by the depth of her understanding and the authenticity of her presence. Then Helen developed a chronic pain condition that baffled doctors. It started as occasional discomfort in her spine and gradually intensified into constant, unrelenting pain that no medication could fully touch. Some days were better than others, but she was never entirely free from it. The pain affected everything: her sleep, her energy, her ability to sit in meditation for long periods, her capacity to teach with the same vigor she once had. For a meditation teacher who spent years teaching others about acceptance and equanimity, the irony was not lost on Helen. Here she was, facing the ultimate test of her own teachings. Could she practice what she preached? could she meet chronic pain with the same acceptance she encouraged in her students? At first, she failed spectacularly. Despite decades of practice, despite teaching others about working with difficulty, Helen found herself in a bitter war with her own body. She resented the pain. She raged against it. She felt betrayed by a body that had always been strong and reliable. She compared herself to who she'd been before the Helen who could sit in meditation for hours, who could hike mountain trails, who could teach workshops all day without exhaustion, and found her current self lacking. The shame of this reaction was almost worse than the pain itself. She was a meditation teacher. For God's sake, she should be able to handle this with grace. She should be a model of equanimity. Instead, she was angry, frustrated, sometimes despairing. She felt like a fraud. One evening, sitting alone in her cabin after canceling yet another teaching because the pain was too intense, Helen hit bottom. She was exhausted from fighting, exhausted from shame, exhausted from trying to be the wise teacher who handled everything perfectly. She let herself drop all pretense, all spiritual bypassing, all the ways she'd been trying to be good at having chronic pain. And in that dropping, something unexpected happened. She stopped trying to be Helen, the enlightened teacher who handles pain gracefully, and just let herself be Helen in pain. She stopped comparing herself to her past self or judging herself against some ideal. She just felt what she was feeling, the physical sensation of pain. Yes, but also the fear, the frustration, the grief for the life and body she'd lost. And she noticed something crucial. The pain itself was one thing, but her war against it, her constant mental commentary about how it shouldn't be happening, how she should handle it better, how unfair it was, that was creating a whole additional layer of suffering. She'd been teaching this concept for years, the first arrow and the second arrow, but she'd never truly understood it until now. The pain was the first arrow, unavoidable, simply part of her current reality. But the second arrow, the one she was shooting into herself with her resistance, her judgment, her demands that things be different, that was optional. That was the arrow she could learn to stop shooting. Slowly, experimentally, Helen began practicing what she'd taught others. When pain flared, instead of immediately tensing against it or spiraling into thoughts about how terrible it was, she tried something different. She breathed with it. She got curious about it. She felt exactly where it lived in her body, what quality it had, how it changed from moment to moment. She noticed that pain wasn't actually one solid thing. It had textures, intensities, locations that shifted. Sometimes it was sharp, sometimes dull, sometimes it pulsed, sometimes it burned. When she stopped resisting it and just observed it with curiosity, it became less monolithic, less overwhelming, still difficult, still unwanted, but somehow more workable. She also started being radically honest with her students. In her next teaching, she told them about her condition, about her struggle, about how even after 30 years of practice, she'd found herself fighting reality and drowning in resistance. She shared her shame about not being the perfect enlightened teacher who sailed through difficulty with grace. The response surprised her. Instead of being disappointed or losing faith in her teaching, her students felt closer to her, more hopeful. Actually, if even Helen struggled, if even someone with decades of practice could find herself caught in resistance and then find her way back to acceptance, then maybe the path was available to all of them. Messy, and imperfect as they were. One student said something that Helen kept coming back to. "You've always taught us that the practice isn't about never struggling. It's about how we relate to the struggle. Watching you navigate this with honesty instead of pretense, that's the most powerful teaching you've ever given." Helen began to understand that her pain wasn't a deviation from her spiritual path. It was the path itself, showing her places where her practice needed to deepen, illusions she'd been carrying about what enlightenment looked like. She'd thought equanimity meant never being upset, never struggling, but real equanimity, she discovered, was the ability to be upset without adding extra layers of judgment and resistance. It was being in pain without demanding the pain disappear. It was struggling while also holding that struggle with compassion instead of shame. Her teaching became richer, more grounded, more real. She taught shorter sessions now, sitting in a chair when she needed to, rather than pushing herself to maintain traditional postures. She took breaks when pain spiked instead of forcing herself through. And paradoxically, by being more honest about her limitations, she became a more effective teacher. Students trusted her more because they saw she was walking the path with them, not above them. On particularly difficult days, when pain made even sitting still unbearable, Helen would lie down and practice what she called pain meditation. She would feel into the pain completely, without stories, without resistance, just the raw sensation. And sometimes, in those moments of complete acceptance, something remarkable would happen. The pain would still be there, but her suffering around it would quiet. She would find a place of okayness even in the midst of discomfort. A ground of peace that wasn't dependent on the pain disappearing. She couldn't always find that place. Some days, the pain won. She couldn't access equanimity or acceptance or anything except survival. And she learned to be okay with that too. To stop demanding spiritual perfection from herself. To meet herself wherever she actually was instead of where she thought she should be. Years into living with chronic pain, Helen reflected on what it had taught her. "I wouldn't choose this," she told a close student. "If I could wave a wand and make it disappear, I would. But it's also been one of my greatest teachers. It's shown me the difference between intellectual understanding and embodied wisdom. It's taught me humility. It's shown me that acceptance isn't something you achieve once and then have forever. It's a practice you return to moment by moment, sometimes succeeding and sometimes failing, but always available if we're willing to try again. Let your body rest completely now, surrendering whatever tension you've been holding. Notice if there's physical discomfort anywhere, perhaps tension in your shoulders, tightness in your jaw, an ache somewhere. Can you soften around that discomfort rather than bracing against it? Can you be curious about it rather than immediately trying to make it go away, just for this moment? Can you practice what Helen learned, meeting sensation with acceptance rather than resistance? Word count to 15. 500. What Helen discovered through her pain is available to all of us. Not just in moments of intense difficulty, but in the ordinary discomforts of daily life. The restless mind during meditation, the frustration of traffic, the irritation with a colleague, the vague dissatisfaction that seems to color some days for no clear reason. All of it becomes workable when we shift from resistance to acceptance, from demanding things be different to meeting them as they are. This doesn't mean we become passive or stop working toward change. Helen still tried different treatments for her pain. She still adjusted her life to accommodate her limitations. But she stopped making her peace conditional on the pain going away. She found a way to be okay even when things weren't okay, to have equanimity in the midst of difficulty rather than only in its absence. The Buddha taught that there are two kinds of suffering. The first is unavoidable, the pain of existence, the challenges life brings, the losses we all face. This suffering is woven into the fabric of being alive. We cannot escape it entirely, and trying to do so only creates more suffering. The second kind of suffering is optional. It's the suffering we add through our resistance, our stories, our demands that reality be different. This is the suffering we can work with, the suffering that can be transformed through practice and understanding. The path isn't about eliminating all discomfort from life. That's impossible. The path is about changing our relationship with discomfort so that we're no longer at war with our own experience, so that we can be present for life as it actually is, rather than constantly wishing we were somewhere else, someone else, experiencing something else. Let me tell you another story. In the university town of Cambridge, England, UK, there was a professor of literature named Margaret who had spent 40 years teaching Shakespeare, Milton, the Romantic poets. Her students adored her lectures, which brought centuries-old texts alive with passion and insight. Margaret loved her work. It gave her life, structure, meaning, a sense of contributing something valuable to the world. At 68, she was looking forward to a few more years of teaching before retirement. Then the university announced a restructuring. Her department was being merged with another, and in the reorganization, she was offered early retirement. It was phrased as an opportunity, a generous package, a chance to pursue other interests. But Margaret understood what it really was. She was being politely pushed out to make room for younger faculty. The rational part of her mind understood the university's position. She'd had a long career. It was reasonable to make space for new voices. But emotionally, the loss felt catastrophic. Teaching wasn't just what she did, it was who she was. She couldn't imagine her life without the rhythm of semesters, the energy of students, the joy of discussing literature with people who genuinely cared about ideas. Margaret spent her final semester in a fog of grief and resentment. She went through the motions of teaching but felt hollow inside. At her last lecture, a session on King Lear that she'd taught dozens of times, she found herself unexpectedly moved by the play's themes of aging, loss, and the stripping away of identity. Lear loses his kingdom, his power, his daughter's love, everything that defined who he thought he was. And in that complete stripping away, in that loss of all roles and status, he finally sees clearly. He finally becomes human rather than just a king. His identity as monarch had been a prison, and its destruction, painful as it was, became a kind of liberation. Standing before her students for the last time, Margaret felt the parallel. She'd been so identified with being Professor Margaret, with her role and status and the respect it brought, that she'd forgotten who she was underneath all that. Who was Margaret without the title, without the lectures and the students and the structured life of academia? She had no idea, and that not knowing terrified her. The first months of retirement were difficult. Margaret felt adrift, purposeless. She'd wake in the morning with nothing required of her, no schedule to follow, no one depending on her expertise. The freedom she'd thought she'd enjoy felt more like emptiness. She tried to fill the time with the things retired people are supposed to do: gardening, traveling, spending more time with friends. But nothing filled the hole that teaching had left. She found herself irritable, depressed, unable to settle into this new phase of life. One day, walking through Cambridge's streets with no particular destination, Margaret passed a small community centre she'd never noticed before. A sign in the window advertised free literacy classes for adults who'd never learned to read properly. On impulse, she went inside and asked if they needed volunteers. The coordinator looked at her resume and nearly laughed. "You're overqualified to teach basic reading." "Maybe," Margaret said, "but I'm also unemployed and looking for something meaningful to do. Can I try?" She started the following week, working with a woman in her 50s named Ruth, who'd hidden her illiteracy her entire adult life through various clever strategies. Ruth was terrified, ashamed, certain she was too old to learn. Margaret saw herself in that fear, the fear of being too old, too set in her ways, too far past her useful years. Teaching Ruth to read was nothing like teaching Shakespeare to university students. It required different skills, different patience, different measures of progress. But Margaret found unexpected satisfaction in it. When Ruth successfully decoded her first full sentence, a simple children's book about a cat, she cried with joy. And Margaret cried too, moved in a way she hadn't been by even the most insightful student essay on Hamlet. Over months, Margaret took on more students. She discovered that her decades of teaching literature had given her skills that translated perfectly to adult literacy education. The ability to make connections, to explain concepts multiple ways, to encourage without condescending. But more than that, she found a different kind of fulfillment than she'd known in her university career. At Cambridge, she'd been admired, respected, even a bit feared by students, intimidated by her expertise. Here, she was simply Margaret, someone who showed up with patience and kindness to help people achieve something they thought impossible. The ego gratification was less, but the genuine human connection was deeper. One evening, after Ruth successfully read a full newspaper article for the first time, a milestone that had seemed unreachable, months before, Ruth hugged Margaret fiercely. "You gave me back my dignity," she whispered. "I thought I was stupid my whole life. You showed me I'm not." Margaret realized then that she'd been grieving not just the loss of her job, but the loss of her identity as someone important, someone special, someone whose expertise set her apart. And in losing that identity, she'd found something more valuable, the ability to show up as simply human, to connect without the barrier of status, to serve without needing recognition. She thought again of King Lear, stripped of his kingdom, mad on the heath, finally seeing his subjects as fellow human beings rather than props in his royal drama. Unaccommodated man, Lear calls them, humans without the costumes and titles and roles that usually define us, just beings, trying to survive, trying to connect, trying to matter. Margaret had become unaccommodated woman. Not Professor Margaret, not the expert, not the distinguished scholar, just Margaret, showing up to help, finding meaning not in achievement or recognition, but in simple presence and service. A year into her retirement, a former colleague asked her if she missed university life. Margaret surprised herself by answering honestly, "I miss parts of it, but I don't miss who I had to be to live that life. I don't miss the ego, the competition, the constant need to prove my worth through intellectual performance. This is simpler, and in its simplicity, it's more real." She'd spent 40 years teaching others to analyze literature. Now she was learning to simply live it, to experience the wisdom she'd taught about letting go of ego, about finding meaning beyond status, about the transformation that comes through loss. The retirement she dreaded had become a second education, teaching her what no book could, who she was when all the roles and titles fell away. And the answer, she discovered, was enough. Simply enough. Allow your breathing to deepen and slow, like waves gently reaching the shore and receding. Notice how each exhale is a small letting go, a release of what was held. Can you let each breath teach you about non-clinging? Can you feel how the inhale comes without effort and the exhale releases without struggle? This is the natural rhythm of being receiving and releasing, holding and letting go, again and again and again. This practice of letting go extends into every corner of our lives. We let go of the breath we just took to make room for the next one. We let go of yesterday to be present for today. We let go of who we were to discover who we're becoming. And eventually, we learn to let go of the very need to be anyone in particular, to rest instead in the simple fact of being here, alive, aware, connected to this vast mystery of existence. The Buddha taught that clinging to pleasure, to identity, to permanence, to control is what binds us to suffering. But the opposite of clinging isn't indifference or detachment in the cold sense. It's what the Buddhists call non-attachment, the ability to engage fully with life while holding it all lightly, to love deeply while understanding that everything is temporary, to care profoundly without demanding that things remain unchanged. This quality of non-attachment becomes especially important when we face transitions. Those threshold moments when one chapter of life is clearly ending, but the next hasn't yet begun. These in-between times can feel unbearable. We're no longer who we were, but not yet who we'll become. We're suspended in uncertainty, in the void between identities. Our instinct in these moments is to rush through them, to quickly establish a new identity, a new role, a new sense of solidity. But what if these liminal spaces are actually sacred? What if the not knowing is exactly where we need to be? Let me tell you another story. In the artistic quarter of Montreal, Quebec, Canada, there lived a musician named Jacques who'd played jazz saxophone professionally for 25 years. He'd toured internationally, recorded albums, been part of the city's vibrant music scene since his early 20s. His entire adult life had been organized around music, late nights in clubs, sessions with fellow musicians, the rhythm of performances and rehearsals that gave his days structure and meaning. Then his hearing began to fail. It started subtly, difficulty distinguishing certain frequencies, needing to turn up the volume a bit more, but it progressed steadily. By his late 40s, even with hearing aids, Jacques struggled to hear the subtleties that jazz required. He could no longer easily distinguish the nuances of tone that made a phrase swing versus fall flat. He missed cues from other musicians. His playing suffered because he couldn't fully hear what he was creating. The audiologist was frank. The damage was progressive and irreversible. Jacques would eventually lose most of his hearing. He could continue playing for a while, but his days as a professional musician were numbered. Jacques went through the stages of grief, quickly and intensely: denial, anger, bargaining, depression. But then, he hit something that felt worse than any of those stages: a void, a complete absence of knowing what came next. He couldn't imagine his life without music. Every friend he had was a musician. Every skill he developed was musical. His entire identity, his sense of purpose, his connection to community, all of it was woven around sound. And sound was leaving him. For months, Jacques existed in a strange liminal space. Not quite still, a musician, but not yet anything else. He'd wake up each morning with no clear sense of who he was or what his life was for. The uncertainty was excruciating. He wanted desperately to land somewhere, to find a new identity, a new purpose, to know what the next chapter would be. But nothing came. No clear calling, no obvious path, just empty space. His partner, Marie, suggested he try meditation. Jacques had always dismissed meditation as too still, too quiet for someone who lived through sound and movement. But in his desperation, he agreed to try a weekend retreat at a Buddhist center outside the city. The teacher there, an older woman named Sensei Linda, taught about what Buddhists call bardo, the transitional state between death and rebirth. But she explained it wasn't just about literal death. Every transition in life is a kind of bardo, a space between what was and what will be, between one identity and another. In the bardo, Sensei Linda said, there are no landmarks, no familiar reference points. You can't go back to what was, and you can't yet see what's ahead. This feels unbearable to the ego, which needs to know who it is, needs to have a solid sense of self. But the bardo is actually a sacred space. It's where transformation happens. Not the transformation you plan or control, but the transformation that emerges when you stop trying to force it. She looked directly at Jacques when she said this next part. The practice isn't to rush through the bardo. It's to learn to be present in it, to tolerate not knowing, to make friends with uncertainty. Because in that space of not knowing, something genuine has a chance to emerge, not the next version of who you think you should be, but who you actually are beneath all the roles and identities. Jacques spent the weekend sitting in meditation, confronting the discomfort of not knowing, of having no clear identity, of existing in this in-between space. It was one of the hardest things he'd ever done, harder than learning to play saxophone, harder than performing in front of thousands, harder than anything that required skill or talent. Because this required the opposite, the willingness to have no skill, to be no one in particular, to simply be present in the void. Gradually, over months of practice, something shifted. Jacques stopped fighting the uncertainty. He stopped demanding that the next chapter reveal itself immediately. He began to actually inhabit the bardo, to explore it, to discover what existed in this space between identities, without music filling every corner of his life. He noticed things he'd never had time or space to notice before. The play of light on snow during Montreal's long winters, the taste of food, experienced more fully now that sound wasn't dominating his sensory world. The quiet pleasure of reading, something he'd barely done since college. The peace of walking through the city without headphones, without the constant soundtrack he'd always needed. He started volunteering at a community garden, getting his hands in soil, learning about plants, something completely outside his previous world. He took a woodworking class on a whim and discovered unexpected satisfaction in creating something with his hands. In the patient, present, focused work of shaping wood, he wasn't trying to find a new identity or purpose through these activities. He was just exploring, following curiosity without needing it to lead anywhere particular. And in that purposeless exploration, something began to emerge. Jacques noticed he was drawn to working with his hands, to creating tangible objects. The ephemeral nature of music sound that existed only in the moment of its creation and then vanished had been beautiful. But there was something deeply satisfying about making things that lasted. He began crafting instruments not to play them himself anymore, but to create tools for others to make music. He combined his knowledge of how instruments should sound with his newfound skills in woodworking. It started small repairs for friends, a custom guitar stand, a dulcimer made for Marie. But word spread. Musicians appreciated that he understood their needs from the inside, that he'd been where they were. His workshop became a gathering place, a different kind of music venue where creation happened through touch and patience rather than performance and sound. One day, a young saxophonist came to him with an instrument that needed extensive repair. As Jacques worked on it, carefully adjusting the keys, replacing worn pads, he felt something unexpected. Peace. Not the excitement of performing, not the rush of improvisation, but a deep, quiet satisfaction. He was still connected to music, still part of that world, but in a completely different way. The saxophonist picked up the repaired instrument and played a few notes. Jacques could barely hear them, but he could see the joy on the young player's face, could feel the vibration through the air, and he realized he didn't need to be the one making the music anymore. There was profound meaning in supporting others to make it, in being part of the process without needing to be center stage. Years into this new life, a former bandmate asked if he missed performing. Jacques paused, considering honestly, "I miss it sometimes," he said, "but I also feel grateful. When I was performing, I was so attached to being Jacques the musician that I couldn't imagine any other way of being. Losing my hearing forced me into the unknown, into the bardo, and staying in that uncertainty long enough without rushing to fill it, that's when something real emerged. Not a replacement for what I lost, but something genuinely new. I couldn't have planned this. I had to not know long enough for it to find me." He ran his hand over the saxophone he was repairing, feeling the smooth brass. "I'm more at peace now than I was when I could hear perfectly, because I'm not clinging to one narrow version of who I have to be. I'm just here, present for whatever comes. And that openness, that willingness to not know, that's more valuable than any identity I could construct. Breathe into the spaces between your thoughts now, the gaps between one mental event and the next. Notice how there are tiny moments of silence, of open awareness, before the next thought arises. Can you rest in those gaps? Can you let yourself not know just for a moment, without rushing to fill the space with answers or plans or identity? Can you be comfortable in the bardo, in the space of pure possibility? What Jacques discovered in his bardo, that uncertainty can be fertile ground rather than empty void, is one of the most profound shifts we can make. We spend so much energy trying to eliminate uncertainty, trying to know what comes next, trying to control outcomes. But life is fundamentally uncertain. The next breath isn't guaranteed. Tomorrow is a concept, not a certainty. Every moment is a threshold between what was and what will be. When we learn to be present in uncertainty without panic, without the desperate need to know and control, we discover a flexibility, a resilience, an openness to possibility that rigid certainty can never provide. We become like bamboo in the wind, bending, swaying, adapting, rather than like an oak that resists until it breaks. This teaching becomes especially vital as we age. as our bodies change, as the world transforms around us in ways we can't control. We can either spend our lives fighting against change, mourning what's gone and fearing what's coming, or we can learn to dance with impermanence, to find our footing in the midst of constant change. Let me tell you another story. In the hills outside of Auckland, New Zealand, there lived an elderly woman named Moira who'd been a dancer in her youth. Not professionally, but seriously, she'd trained in ballet and contemporary dance through her 20s and 30s. And even in her 40s and 50s, she'd maintained a daily movement practice. Her body had been her instrument, responsive and capable, something she trusted completely. Now, at 78, everything had changed. Arthritis had settled into her knees and hips. Her balance wasn't what it used to be. Movements that had once been effortless now required concentration and often brought pain. The dancer's body she'd inhabited for decades was gone, replaced by something slower, stiffer, more fragile. Moira had gone through a long period of grief and resentment about this loss. She tried to maintain her old practice, pushing through pain, refusing to acknowledge limitations. But her body refused to cooperate. Eventually, after a fall that could have been serious, she was forced to accept that she couldn't move the way she used to. Her physical therapist suggested Tai Chi, slow, gentle movements designed for aging bodies. Moira had resisted at first. It seemed like giving up, like admitting defeat. Tai Chi was what old people did when they couldn't do real movement anymore. But eventually, with nothing else working, she tried a class at a local community center. The teacher, an ancient Chinese woman named Master Liu, who had to be in her 90s but moved with fluid grace, taught a different philosophy than Moira had ever encountered in dance. "You Western dancers," Master Liu said with a slight smile, "always trying to control the body, to make it do what you want. But Tai Chi teaches us to listen to the body, to move with it rather than against it. We don't fight age, we dance with it." Moira bristled at first. This felt like resignation, like accepting limitation rather than striving for excellence. But as she began practicing the slow, deliberate movements of Tai Chi, something unexpected happened. She discovered a quality of presence she'd never found in her years of more vigorous dancing. In ballet, she'd always been focused on the shape she was creating, how it looked from outside, whether she was achieving the perfect line or position. But in Tai Chi, there was nowhere to look but inward. The movements were so slow that she could feel every subtle shift of weight, every micro-adjustment of balance, every breath coordinating with motion. It was meditation in movement, awareness and action united. Master Liu taught her to work with pain rather than through it. "Pain is a teacher," she would say. "It shows you the edge, the boundary. You don't push past it. You visit it, acknowledge it, then back away a little. Tomorrow the edge may be in a different place." This is the conversation you have with your body, a dialogue, not a demand. Moira found herself applying this principle beyond movement, in every area of her life, and she'd been making demands, demanding that her memory stay sharp, that her energy remain high, that her body not age. And in all that demanding, she'd created tremendous suffering. She was at war with reality, fighting a battle she could never win. What if she stopped fighting? What if she approached aging the way Master Liu taught her to approach Tai Chi, with curiosity, with gentleness, with respect for limitations, with willingness to work at the edge rather than past it. She began experimenting. When fatigue came in the afternoon, instead of pushing through with coffee and willpower, she rested. When she forgot a word or a name, instead of spiraling into panic about dementia, she simply paused and let it come or let it go. When her knees hurt, she honored the pain rather than cursing it, adjusted what she needed to adjust, and kept moving in ways that felt sustainable. Something remarkable happened. By accepting her limitations instead of fighting them, she actually expanded what was possible. She found she had more energy when she worked with her body's rhythms rather than against them. Her memory worked better when she wasn't anxious about it failing. Her pain decreased when she stopped bracing against it. One morning in Tai Chi class, practicing the form called White Crane Spreads Wings, Moira felt a quality of movement she'd never experienced in all her years of dance. It wasn't powerful or dramatic or externally impressive, but it was perfectly present, perfectly aligned, in complete harmony with exactly where her body was in this moment. Not the body she used to have or wished she had, but this body, right now, moving with grace that came from acceptance rather than striving. Tears came unexpectedly. She'd spent 50 years chasing a certain kind of movement excellence, always measuring herself against an ideal, always finding herself wanting. And here, in the slowest, gentlest movement she'd ever done, she'd found what she'd been seeking all along, not mastery over her body, but unity with it. Not control, but conversation. After class, Master Liu approached her. "You felt it today," she said simply. It wasn't a question. Moira nodded, unable to speak. "This is what Tai Chi teaches," Master Liu said. "Not how to be young or strong or perfect, but how to be completely yourself, exactly as you are, in harmony with exactly what is. The greatest dancers aren't the most flexible or powerful. They're the ones who disappear into the movement, who stop fighting what is and start flowing with it." She placed a hand on Moira's shoulder. "You've been dancing your whole life, but maybe you're only now learning what dance really is. Not performance, not achievement, but presence. Not becoming something else, but being fully this." Moira continued practicing Tai Chi several times a week. But more than that, she brought the Tai Chi principle into every part of her life. Slow down, listen, work at the edge, not past it. Be in dialogue with reality rather than at war with it. Accept what is while still engaging fully with it. Her relationship with aging transformed completely. She stopped seeing it as a decline and started experiencing it as a different kind of unfolding. Things were ending. Yes, capacities she'd had, abilities she'd relied on, but other things were opening depths of presence she'd never accessed when she was busy performing. Wisdom that came only through years of experience. A peace that didn't depend on her body being anything other than what it was. On her 80th birthday, her daughter asked what she'd learned in these years of aging. Moira thought for a long moment before answering. "I learned that resistance is what makes us old. Not the passing of years, but the fight against the passing of years. When I stopped fighting my age and started dancing with it, I became more alive than I'd been in decades. Not alive in the way I was at 30. Alive in a way I never could have been at 30 because I hadn't yet learned how to be fully present with what is. Let your entire body release now. sinking deeper into rest. Notice how your body knows how to age, how to change, how to move through time without your anxious management. Can you trust that wisdom? Can you stop fighting the natural processes of change and simply be present for them? Your body has carried you faithfully through every moment of your life. Can you finally stop demanding it be different and simply appreciate it exactly as it is right now? This wisdom, Moira discovered that resistance ages us more than time itself, points to something essential about the spiritual path. We think enlightenment means transcending our humanity, rising above the messy realities of bodies and emotions and change. But the Buddha taught something different. He taught that awakening comes through fully inhabiting our humanity, meeting it with complete acceptance, discovering freedom not by escaping our experience, but by being utterly present for it. We are not trying to become perfect beings who never struggle. We're learning to be fully human beings who meet struggle without adding unnecessary suffering to it. We're not trying to transcend pain, but to transform our relationship with pain. We're not trying to freeze time, but to move through time with grace and presence. This is the heart of the practice. Radical acceptance of what is, combined with wise engagement with what could be. We don't accept harmful situations and do nothing. We don't passively resign ourselves to suffering that could be changed, but we stop fighting the fundamental truths of existence: impermanence, uncertainty, vulnerability, the inevitability of loss. We learn to work within reality as it actually is, rather than exhausting ourselves demanding it be different. The more deeply we understand impermanence, the more precious each moment becomes. When we truly know that this conversation might be the last, we listen more carefully. When we truly understand that this sunset is unique and unrepeatable, we pay attention differently. When we genuinely accept that our time here is limited and uncertain, we waste less of it on petty concerns and invest more of it in what truly matters. Let me tell you another story. In the financial district of Toronto, Ontario, Canada, there was an executive named Patricia who'd climbed the corporate ladder with single-minded determination. By 52, she was a senior vice president at a major bank, responsible for hundreds of employees and decisions worth millions. Her calendar was booked in 15-minute increments, months in advance. She hadn't taken a real vacation in years. She was successful by every external measure: wealth, status, respect, influence. She was also profoundly unhappy, though she barely had time to notice. Then, Patricia's younger sister Emma was diagnosed with terminal cancer. Stage 4, too advanced for treatment to do more than maybe buy a few months. Emma was only 48, with 2 teenage children, a life that felt like it was just beginning to bloom. The diagnosis was devastating for the entire family. Patricia's first instinct was to fix it, find the best doctors, research, experimental treatments, throw money at the problem until it went away. But Emma stopped her gently. "There's nothing to fix," she said. "I'm dying. That's not negotiable. The only question is how I'm going to live while I'm dying." Emma made a choice that seemed crazy to Patricia. She stopped aggressive treatments that were making her sick without significantly extending her life. She moved into a hospice where she could be comfortable and have time with the people she loved. She chose quality over quantity, presence over fighting. "Come visit me," Emma said to Patricia. "Not when it's convenient, not when you can squeeze me into your calendar. Really visit. Be here with me." Patricia started visiting every evening after work. initially fitting in an hour before rushing home to check emails and prepare for the next day. But Emma called her out on this. "You're here, but you're not here," she said. "Your mind is somewhere else. I'm dying. Patricia, I don't have time for half your attention." The words landed like a slap. Patricia realized she hadn't given anyone her full attention in years. Not her sister, not her husband, not her children, not even herself. She was always multitasking, always thinking 3 steps ahead, always half present for the current moment while planning for the next. She started coming earlier, staying longer. She turned off her phone during visits, something she rarely did, even in important business meetings. At first, being fully present was excruciating. Her mind wanted to wander, to plan, to problem solve. But Emma's time was running out, and that undeniable truth anchored Patricia in the present in a way nothing else ever had. They talked about everything during those weeks. Childhood memories, regrets, hopes, fears. Emma spoke about death without the euphemisms and avoidance that usually surrounded it. She was terrified sometimes, at peace other times, angry and accepting in turns. She let Patricia see all of it, the messy, unglamorous reality of dying. "You know what I've learned?" Emma said one evening, when pain medication had made her voice soft and dreamy. "Everything I thought was important wasn't, and everything I took for granted was precious. All those years I spent worrying about my kids' grades, my mortgage, whether people liked me, what a waste. None of it matters. The only thing that matters is this. Were you present? Did you love? Did you let yourself be loved? That's it. That's the whole thing." Patricia felt something crack open in her chest. She'd spent 30 years climbing a ladder that led nowhere she actually wanted to go. She'd sacrificed presence for productivity, connection for achievement, being for doing. And for what? A title, money she had no time to enjoy, respect from people she barely knew. Emma died 6 weeks after moving into hospice, surrounded by family, holding her daughter's hand, slipping away in the quiet early morning. Patricia was there, fully there, present for the last breath, the last heartbeat, the transition from being to not being. After Emma's death, Patricia took something she'd never taken in her adult life, a leave of absence from work. Her company was shocked she'd never missed a day for illness, never taken a full vacation. But Patricia didn't care about their shock. She needed time to grieve, to process, to figure out what Emma's death was teaching her about her own life. She spent a month doing almost nothing, walking, sitting, thinking, crying, letting herself feel the full weight of loss without immediately moving into productivity to escape it. It was the hardest and most important thing she'd ever done. Slowly, questions began forming. If she knew her own life would end tomorrow, what would she regret not having done? Not having become vice president or made another deal or attended another meeting? She'd regret not having been more present for her husband, her children, her own lived experience. She'd regret all the moments she'd missed while thinking about other moments. When Patricia returned to work, she requested a demotion. She wanted a position with less responsibility, less pressure, more time for life outside work. Her bosses thought she was having a breakdown. Why would anyone choose to step down the ladder they'd worked so hard to climb? But Patricia was clear. The ladder was leaning against the wrong wall. She'd spent decades pursuing a version of success that had nothing to do with what actually mattered to her. Emma's death had shown her the difference between being busy and being alive, between achievement and presence, between a life that looked successful from outside and a life that felt meaningful from within. The demotion meant less money, less status, less power. It also meant time to have dinner with her family, time to actually notice what season it was, time to be present for her own life instead of constantly preparing for the next thing. Her colleagues thought she was crazy. Her friends didn't understand. But Patricia had learned something they hadn't yet learned. Time is the only currency that actually matters. And you can't earn more of it, no matter how hard you work. Every moment spent doing something that doesn't align with what truly matters is a moment gone forever. A year after Emma's death, Patricia was sitting in her backyard on a Sunday morning, doing nothing but drinking coffee and watching birds, when her husband came out and sat beside her. "You're different," he said. "I know." "Happier?" Patricia considered. "Not exactly. I'm sadder in some ways. I feel Emma's absence every day. But I'm also more alive, more here, less scattered across 1,000 obligations. Does that make sense?" He took her hand. "Perfect sense. You're finally home." And he was right. For the first time in decades, Patricia was home, not in a physical place, but in her own life, in her own present moment experience. Emma's death had been a devastating loss, but it had also been a profound teaching about the preciousness of the time we have, about the importance of being fully alive while we're still breathing. Soften your breath now, letting it slow into its natural rhythm. Feel the preciousness of this breath, this heartbeat, this moment of being alive. You don't know how many more moments you have. None of us do. Can you let that uncertainty wake you up rather than frighten you? Can you let the reality of impermanence make this moment more vivid, more real, more worthy of your full attention? Patricia's awakening through loss points to one of the deepest truths the Buddha taught. We don't have time to waste. Not because we need to be constantly productive or achieving or doing more, but because life is precious and finite, and every moment we spend lost in distraction or resentment or regret is a moment we're not actually living. This isn't about creating urgency or anxiety. It's about waking up to the gift of being alive, of being here now, of having this one irreplaceable moment to experience fully before it dissolves into the next. The teaching of impermanence, when truly understood, doesn't make us grasping or desperate. It makes us present. It teaches us to love without clutching, to plan without demanding, to hope without attachment to specific outcomes. We can make goals and work toward them while understanding that outcomes are never fully in our control. We can care deeply while knowing that all things pass. We can commit fully while holding everything lightly. This balance, engaged but not attached, caring but not clinging, is the art of living wisely. It's what allows us to move through life with both passion and peace, with both commitment and flexibility, with both direction and openness to surprise. Let me tell you another story. In the old port district of Dublin, Ireland, there was a chef named Connor who owned a small restaurant that had been his dream for 20 years. He'd saved for years to open it, poured everything he had, money, time, heart, into creating a space where food was art and dining was an experience of beauty and connection. The restaurant became known for Connor's passionate commitment to quality, his refusal to compromise, his absolute standards. But this same passion that made the restaurant special also made Connor impossible to work with. He yelled at staff who didn't meet his standards. He sent back ingredients that weren't perfect. He worked 16-hour days and expected the same from everyone around him. His marriage suffered. His health declined. The restaurant was successful, but Connor was burning out, and everyone around him was getting scorched in the process. One evening, a regular customer, an elderly man who came in weekly for dinner, asked to speak with Connor. The man, Mr. O'Brien, had been coming to the restaurant since it opened, always ordering simply, always leaving generous tips, always thanking the staff with genuine warmth. "May I tell you something, Mr. O'Brien asked when Connor came to his table. Connor, exhausted and not in the mood for conversation, nodded curtly. "I was a chef too," Mr. O'Brien said. "Ran my own place for 30 years. I know the pressure you're under, the standards you're trying to maintain. But I also see you destroying yourself, trying to control everything, trying to make every single dish perfect, every single service flawless." Connor felt defensive, but said nothing. "Let me ask you something, Mr. O'Brien continued gently. "When was the last time you actually enjoyed cooking? Not satisfied that you'd met your standards? Not proud that you'd executed perfectly, but actually experienced joy in the process?" Connor opened his mouth to answer, but realized he couldn't remember. Somewhere along the way, cooking had stopped being pleasure and become only pressure. "I nearly died from a heart attack 15 years ago," Mr. O'Brien said. "Stress, overwork, perfectionism, same as you. And lying in that hospital bed, I realized I'd spent 30 years cooking, but I'd forgotten why I'd fallen in love with it in the first place. Not to be perfect, not to prove something, but because the act of creating food for people, of nourishing them, of bringing them together, that was joyful. That was enough." He gestured around the restaurant. "This is beautiful, Connor, but you're strangling it with your need for control. You're making your staff miserable. You're making yourself miserable. And for what? To achieve some standard of perfection that exists only in your head and that no one else is even measuring you against?" Connor felt something rise in his throat, anger, grief, recognition, all mixed together. "If I don't maintain the standards, everything falls apart," he said, his voice tight. Mr. O'Brien smiled sadly. "Everything is already falling apart. That's the nature of things. Vegetables rot. Reservations cancel. People make mistakes. You can exhaust yourself fighting this truth, or you can learn to work with it, to find your way within the imperfection rather than constantly battling against it." After Mr. O'Brien left, Connor stood in his kitchen and looked around. His staff avoided his eyes. The energy was tense, fearful. This wasn't the kitchen he'd dreamed of creating. This wasn't why he'd become a chef. He thought about what Mr. O'Brien had said, "Everything is falling apart." The phrase stayed with him. That night, unable to sleep, he looked it up and found it was a teaching from Buddhist philosophy. Impermanence. Nothing stays. Everything changes. Fighting this truth creates suffering. Connor had been fighting it his whole career. Fighting against ingredients not being perfect, against staff making mistakes, against the chaos and unpredictability of running a restaurant. And the fighting had drained all the joy from the thing he'd once loved most. What if he stopped fighting? The next day, Connor tried something radical. When the fish delivery arrived and wasn't quite what he'd ordered, instead of berating the supplier, he paused. He breathed. He looked at what had actually arrived and asked himself, "Can I work with this? Can I create something beautiful from what is, rather than raging about what isn't?" He created a new special based on what was actually available, rather than what he'd planned. It was delicious, maybe better than his original plan, precisely because he'd had to be creative and responsive rather than rigidly following a preset vision. When a young line cook overcooked a steak, instead of exploding, Connor paused again. He remembered being that young cook, terrified of making mistakes, learning through trial and error. He called the cook over and showed him what had happened and how to prevent it, teaching rather than shaming. The look of relief on the young man's face was worth more than a perfectly cooked steak. Connor began practicing this pause, this moment of breathing, before reacting dozens of times a day. When things went wrong, and they went wrong constantly, because restaurants are controlled chaos, he would pause, breathe, and ask, "Can I work with this? Can I respond to reality as it is, rather than punishing it for not being my ideal?" The change in the kitchen was palpable. Staff stopped walking on eggshells. They took more creative risks, knowing mistakes wouldn't lead to explosions. The food remained excellent, maybe even better, because people were cooking with joy rather than fear. And Connor found himself actually enjoying work again, finding satisfaction in the process rather than only in perfect outcomes. His wife noticed the difference immediately. "You're calmer," she said one evening, when he actually came home at a reasonable hour. "Less wound up." "I'm letting go," Connor said, "or trying to. Letting go of the illusion that I can control everything, that everything needs to be perfect, that my worth depends on flawless execution. It's hard. My instinct is still to grip tighter when things feel chaotic. But I'm learning that the gripping is what creates the suffering, not the chaos itself." Over months, Connor's entire approach to cooking transformed. He still cared deeply about quality. He still had standards, but he held them differently, as aspirations rather than rigid requirements, as practices rather than measures of his worth. He could aim for excellence while accepting that some nights would fall short, that mistakes would happen, that chaos was part of the deal. One evening, Mr. O'Brien came in for his weekly dinner. When Connor brought out his meal personally, the old man smiled. "You look different," he said, "lighter somehow." Connor sat down for a moment, something he never would have done before. Always too busy controlling everything. "You were right," he said simply. "I was strangling the thing I loved. I'm learning to hold it more lightly. It's harder and easier at the same time. That's the practice," Mr. O'Brien said. "Every day, learning to respond to what is rather than demanding what should be. Some days you remember, some days you forget, but the practice is always available, always waiting for you to return to it." Connor thought about this as he returned to the kitchen. Yes, the practice, not perfection, but practice. Not arriving at some final state of enlightenment where nothing ever bothered him, but returning again and again to the pause, the breath, the choice to meet reality with acceptance rather than resistance. It wasn't a transformation that happened once and was done. It was a choice he made moment by moment, sometimes succeeding and sometimes failing, but always available to try again. Let your whole body rest now, releasing the need to be anywhere other than here, anyone other than who you are. Notice the relief in simply being, without the exhausting effort to control or perfect or manage everything. Can you feel how much energy you've been spending on resistance? What would it be like to redirect that energy towards simple presence, toward meeting this moment exactly as it is? Connor's journey from rigid control to flexible presence shows us something essential. The spiritual path isn't about achieving some final state of perfection. It's about returning, again and again, to awareness and acceptance in the midst of our very human struggles. We forget, we remember, we tighten, we soften. This is the practice, not the destination, but the journey itself. And perhaps the most important place we need to practice this acceptance is with ourselves. We can learn to accept imperfect circumstances, difficult people, the reality of impermanence, but accepting our own imperfection, forgiving ourselves for being human, meeting ourselves with the same compassion we might offer a struggling friend. This is often the hardest practice of all. We carry such harsh judgments about ourselves. We replay our mistakes endlessly. We punish ourselves for not being further along, for still struggling with things we think we should have mastered by now. We compare ourselves to some imaginary ideal and find ourselves perpetually lacking. And all of this self-judgment creates a second layer of suffering on top of whatever difficulty we're already facing. The Buddha taught metta, loving kindness, and he taught that it must begin with ourselves. Not in a narcissistic way, but in a basic way of befriending our own experience, meeting ourselves with gentleness rather than harshness, acknowledging our suffering rather than adding to it with self-criticism. Let me tell you another story. In the university town of Cambridge, Massachusetts, USA, there was a therapist named Dr. Rachel Kim who specialized in treating trauma. She was brilliant at her work, deeply compassionate with her clients, skilled at holding space for their pain and helping them heal. Her practice was thriving. Her reputation was excellent, and she helped many people transform their relationship with their own difficult histories. But Rachel carried a secret that very few people knew. She could barely extend to herself any of the compassion she so readily gave to others. In her private moments, Rachel was mercilessly self-critical. Every small mistake felt catastrophic. Every time she stumbled over words in session or didn't have the perfect intervention, she replayed it obsessively, cataloging her failures. She held herself to standards she would never dream of imposing on anyone else. And the more successfully she helped others heal, the more ashamed she felt about her own inability to be gentle with herself. The breaking point came after a particularly difficult session with a client. Rachel had said something that, while well-intentioned, had clearly landed wrong. The client had shut down, and despite Rachel's attempts to repair the moment, the session had ended on an uncomfortable note. That evening, alone in her apartment, Rachel spiraled. She was a terrible therapist. She had probably damaged this client irreparably. She should have known better. She'd trained for years. How could she still make such stupid mistakes? On and on the thoughts came, each one adding another stone to the weight on her chest. At some point in this spiral, Rachel caught herself. She noticed what she was doing, the harsh self-judgment, the catastrophizing, the impossible standards, and with sudden, painful clarity, she recognized that if a client came to her with this same internal dialogue, she would never respond by agreeing with their self-criticism. She would offer compassion, perspective, the understanding that mistakes are part of being human. Why couldn't she give herself what she so freely gave to others? Rachel decided to try something she'd resisted for years, seeking her own therapy. She found a therapist who specialized in working with caregivers and healers, someone who understood the particular trap of being able to hold compassion for everyone except yourself. In their first session, the therapist, Dr. Patel, asked a simple question. If your harshest inner critic took physical form and stood in front of you, what would they look like? What would they say? Rachel closed her eyes and immediately saw it. A stern, cold figure with her own face. Arms crossed, eyes full of contempt. The voice was relentless. You're not good enough. You'll never be good enough. Everyone else has it together except you. One mistake proves you're a fraud. Now, Dr. Patel said gently, where did you learn to speak to yourself this way? The question opened something Rachel hadn't examined in years. She saw her childhood immigrant parents who'd sacrificed everything, who had impossibly high expectations, who showed love through criticism meant to drive achievement. She saw her mother's disappointed face whenever Rachel brought home anything less than perfect grades. Her father's silence when she made mistakes. The implicit message that love was conditional on performance, that her worth depended on being flawless. She'd internalized that voice completely. It had become her own internal parent, constantly judging, constantly demanding, never satisfied. And she'd spent 40 years trying to earn its approval, never realizing it was impossible because the standards kept moving. The bar kept raising. Perfection kept receding just out of reach. What would happen? Dr. Patel asked. If you started treating that critical voice not as the truth about who you are, but as a wounded part of you that's trying to protect you in the only way it knows how? Over weeks of therapy, Rachel began developing a different relationship with her inner critic. Instead of believing its harsh judgments or trying to argue with them, she started responding with curiosity and compassion. When the voice arose, "You're terrible at this. You should quit," she would pause and ask, "What are you afraid of? What are you trying to protect me from?" The answers were always some version of rejection, failure, not being loved, being exposed as inadequate. The harsh voice was actually trying to help, trying to motivate her to be perfect so she'd never experience those feared outcomes. It was a misguided protector, using methods learned in childhood that created suffering rather than safety. Rachel started talking to that voice the way she might talk to a frightened child. "I hear that you're scared. I understand you're trying to protect me. But this constant criticism isn't actually making me safer or better. It's just making me miserable. What if we tried a different approach?" This felt absurd at first. Talking to different parts of herself like they were separate entities. But slowly, something shifted. The critical voice didn't disappear, but it softened. It came less frequently, and when it did arise, Rachel could observe it with some distance rather than immediately collapsing into belief. She also began a formal metta-practice loving-kindness meditation directed toward herself. Every morning, she would sit quietly and repeat phrases, "May I be safe. May I be happy. May I be healthy. May I live with ease." At first, the words felt hollow, like lying. Her mind would immediately interrupt. "You don't deserve ease. You haven't earned happiness. You're too flawed for safety." But she kept practicing anyway, letting the words be a gentle counter to the harsh voice. not demanding that she believe them fully, but simply offering an alternative possibility. One day, several months into this practice, Rachel had a breakthrough. She'd made another mistake in session, genuinely misread a situation, offered an interpretation that completely missed the mark. The old pattern started immediately, the replay, the harsh judgment, the shame spiral. But this time, almost automatically, a different voice arose. Softer, gentler. You're human. Humans make mistakes. This doesn't mean you're terrible at your work. It means you're learning, growing, figuring it out as you go, just like everyone else. Rachel actually felt compassion for herself, in real time, without forcing it or faking it. Just a natural arising of the same kindness she'd extended to thousands of clients over the years. Finally turning inward, she cried with relief. Not sad tears, but the release of a burden she'd been carrying for decades. The burden of trying to be perfect, of never being allowed to be fully human, of earning love and worth through flawless performance. The change rippled through every part of Rachel's life. Her relationships deepened because she could finally show up authentically, with her flaws visible, rather than performing constant competence. Her work improved because she was less defended, more able to acknowledge when she didn't know something, more willing to be genuine with clients. Her anxiety decreased because she wasn't constantly monitoring herself for mistakes and inadequacies. She realized that self-compassion wasn't self-indulgence or lowering standards. It was actually the foundation for sustainable growth. When she met her mistakes with harshness, she became defensive, ashamed, unable to learn. When she met them with compassion, she could look at them honestly, understand what happened, and adjust her approach without the overlay of shame, making everything harder. In a supervision group with other therapists, Rachel shared what she'd learned. For years, I thought self-compassion was weak. She said, I thought I needed harsh self-criticism to motivate me to improve. But all that criticism did was make me afraid of making mistakes, which paradoxically made me more likely to make them because I was so tense and defended. When I started meeting myself with kindness, I became braver. I could take more risks, try new approaches, to be more creative, because I knew that even if I failed, I wouldn't destroy myself over it. One of her colleagues asked, how do you practice self-compassion without becoming complacent, without letting yourself off the hook for real mistakes? Rachel smiled. That's what I used to worry about too. But I've learned that compassion and accountability aren't opposites. You can acknowledge that you messed up and need to do better, while also holding yourself with kindness through the process. Actually, kindness makes accountability easier because you're not so busy defending against shame that you can't see clearly what needs to change. Years later, Rachel would tell new therapists, the most important work you'll ever do isn't with your clients. It's learning to befriend yourself, to meet your own struggles with the same compassion you offer others. Because you can't truly hold space for someone else's humanity if you're at war with your own. Breathe softly now and turn your attention inward with gentleness. What harsh words have you been saying to yourself? What impossible standards have you been measuring yourself against? Can you speak to yourself the way you might speak to a dear friend who's struggling? Can you offer yourself the same compassion you'd extend to anyone else facing what you're facing? Word count to 24,700. Rachel's journey towards self-compassion reveals something the Buddha taught clearly. We cannot hate ourselves into transformation. We cannot shame ourselves into growth. We cannot criticize ourselves into peace. The path forward always runs through kindness, through befriending our own experience, through meeting ourselves exactly where we are with gentleness and acceptance. This doesn't mean we ignore our flaws or stop working to grow. It means we approach that growth from a foundation of basic kindness rather than fundamental unworthiness. We acknowledge what needs to change, while also acknowledging our inherent dignity as human beings, doing our best with the tools and understanding we currently have. When we extend compassion to ourselves, when we forgive ourselves for being imperfect humans, stumbling through an uncertain world, we often find that change becomes easier, not harder. We can look honestly at our patterns because we're not so terrified of what we might find. We can admit mistakes because we know they don't define our entire worth. We can be vulnerable because we trust that even if we're rejected or criticized, we won't abandon ourselves. This self-compassion becomes especially crucial when we face our deepest fears, our oldest wounds, the parts of ourselves we've spent years trying to hide or fix or transcend. Let me tell you another story. In the coastal city of San Diego, California, USA, there lived a man named Marcus who had struggled with addiction for most of his adult life. He'd been sober for 3 years now, the longest stretch he'd ever managed, but the shame of his past still haunted him. The relationships he'd damaged, the opportunities he'd wasted, the person he'd been during his years of using someone he could barely recognize or forgive. Marcus attended meetings regularly, worked with a sponsor, did everything the program suggested. But underneath all the recovery work was a deep well of self-loathing he couldn't seem to drain. He hated who he'd been. He was terrified of who he might become again if he slipped. And the constant vigilance, the endless self-monitoring, and the fear of his own potential for destruction, it was exhausting. His sponsor, a man named James, who'd been sober for 15 years, noticed this struggle. After a meeting one evening, he pulled Marcus aside. "You're doing all the outer work," James said. "Staying sober, showing up, making amends, but you're still at war with yourself. You still hate the addict you were. And as long as you're carrying that hate, you're not really free." Marcus felt defensive. "I should hate what I did. I hurt people. I wasted years. That deserves judgment." "There's a difference," James said, carefully, "between acknowledging harm you've caused and hating yourself for being human enough to cause it. You can take responsibility without self-hatred. You can make amends without self-punishment. The hate isn't making you better. It's just making you suffer." He paused, then added, "There's a Buddhist meditation center I go to sometimes. They teach about self-compassion, about working with shame. Maybe it would help." Marcus was skeptical. Buddhism sounded like spiritual bypassing, like pretending problems didn't exist. But he was also desperate. So he went to an introductory session at the center the following week. The teacher, a woman named Tara, taught about what Buddhists call the second arrow. The first arrow is the pain of our actions and their consequences, the harm we've caused, the mistakes we've made. That arrow is real and sometimes deserves our grief and remorse. But the second arrow is the one we shoot into ourselves, the shame, the self-hatred, the belief that we're fundamentally broken or bad because of what we've done. The second arrow doesn't undo the first. Tara explained. It doesn't help the people we've harmed. It doesn't prevent future mistakes. It just adds suffering on top of suffering. And often, it's that extra suffering, the weight of shame and self-hatred, that makes us more likely to repeat harmful patterns because we can't bear to look at ourselves clearly. She led the group through a practice of Tonglen, a Tibetan Buddhist meditation for working with difficult emotions. The instruction was counterintuitive. Instead of trying to push away shame or self-hatred, you breathe it in fully, feel it completely, and then breathe out compassion and forgiveness toward yourself. Marcus tried it and immediately felt resistance. His shame was enormous, a dark, a heavy thing he'd spent years trying to avoid. The idea of breathing it in, of fully feeling it, was terrifying, but he tried anyway. He breathed in the shame of things he'd done while lying to people who loved him, stealing from his own mother, losing jobs, breaking promises. The weight of it was almost unbearable. But instead of pushing it away or trying to think positive thoughts to counteract it, he just let himself feel it fully. And then, on the exhale, he directed compassion toward himself. I forgive you. You were sick. You were suffering. You were doing the best you could with where you were. The words felt false at first. How could he forgive what he'd done? But he kept practicing, kept breathing in the shame and breathing out compassion. And gradually, something began to shift. He started to see that the person who'd done those harmful things was suffering terribly. Addiction wasn't an excuse, but it was a context. He'd been in pain, trying to numb it in the only way he knew how, creating more pain in the process. He could acknowledge the harm while also acknowledging his own suffering. They weren't mutually exclusive. Marcus continued attending the meditation center while maintaining his recovery meetings. Slowly, he developed what Tara called a both and relationship with his past. Both he had caused real harm that deserved acknowledgement and amends. And he deserved compassion for the suffering that had driven him to addiction. Both he needed to take responsibility for his actions. And he didn't need to hate himself for being a flawed human who'd made terrible mistakes. One evening, during a Tonglen practice, Marcus had a profound experience. He was breathing in his shame about a particularly painful memory a Christmas years ago when he'd been too high to show up for his daughter's recital, breaking a promise he'd made and breaking her heart in the process. The memory was excruciating, but as he breathed in that shame fully, really letting himself feel the pain of it, something unexpected happened. Underneath the shame, he found grief, pure, clean grief for the suffering he'd caused, for the father he hadn't been able to be, for the years he'd lost. And underneath the grief, he found something else, love. Love for his daughter. Love for the person he'd wanted to be but hadn't known how to be. The shame had been protecting him from that grief and that love, keeping it at a distance because feeling it fully was too painful. But when he finally allowed himself to feel it, all of it, the shame began to transform. It didn't disappear, but it became softer, more like sadness than self-hatred, more like regret than toxic shame. He started writing letters to his daughter, not to send, just to process. In them, he acknowledged what he'd done, apologized without making excuses, and also forgave himself for being a sick person who'd hurt her while sick. He could hold both truths. He'd failed her in important ways, and he was still worthy of love and redemption. His daughter was grown now, living across the country, their relationship still strained despite his sobriety. Marcus decided to call her, something he'd been too afraid to do for months. I've been doing some work, he told her, on forgiving myself. Not to let myself off the hook for what I did, but to stop punishing myself in ways that don't actually help anyone, including you. I want you to know I see the harm I caused. I feel it, and I'm learning to hold that pain without letting it destroy me, because destroying myself wouldn't undo what happened. It would just create more suffering. His daughter was quiet for a long time. Then she said something that brought tears to his eyes. I need you to forgive yourself, Dad, because if you can't, you'll never really be present. You'll always be stuck in the past, drowning in shame. And I need a father who's here now, not one who's perpetually punishing himself for who he was then. It was the permission he hadn't known he needed. Not permission to forget or minimize what he'd done, but permission to be human, to make catastrophic mistakes and still be worthy of forgiveness from himself, most of all. Marcus's recovery deepened after that. He still worked his program, still attended meetings, still took his sobriety seriously. But he was no longer driven by fear and self-hatred. He was motivated by love for his daughter, for his life, for the person he was becoming. And that foundation of love, including love for himself, proved far more stable than fear had ever been. Years later, when newcomers at meetings shared their shame about what they'd done while using, Marcus would say, "You can't hate yourself sober. You can't shame yourself into recovery. Believe me, I tried." What worked was learning to see myself with compassion, not excusing what I did, but understanding that I was suffering and causing suffering from that place. When you can hold both the harm you caused and your own humanity, that's when real healing begins. Let your breath deepen and slow, becoming softer with each exhale. Notice any places where you've been holding shame or self-judgment. Can you breathe into those places with compassion? Can you acknowledge whatever you regret, while also extending kindness to the person who made those mistakes? A person who was doing the best they could with the awareness they had at the time. Can you forgive yourself for being human? Word count to 26. 300. Marcus's discovery that self-compassion is essential for healing reveals a profound truth. We cannot transform what we refuse to accept. When we meet our mistakes and flaws with harsh judgment, we become defensive, unable to see clearly, trapped in cycles of shame that prevent genuine change. But when we meet ourselves with compassion, acknowledging harm, while also holding our humanity with tenderness, we create the conditions for real transformation. This practice of self-compassion isn't about lowering standards or avoiding accountability. It's about creating a safe internal environment where we can look honestly at ourselves without being destroyed by what we see. It's about being on our own side, even when we've done things we regret, so that we can learn and grow rather than just hide and defend. The Buddha taught that all beings deserve compassion, not because they've earned it through perfect behavior, but simply because suffering is suffering and deserves a compassionate response. This includes our own suffering. This includes the person we were yesterday, last year, a decade ago, even if that person made choices we now regret. They too were suffering. They too deserve our kindness. When we finally extend that kindness to ourselves, when we stop demanding that we be perfect before we're worthy of our own love, something remarkable happens. We become more capable of genuine connection with others. We stop projecting our self-judgment onto them. We can accept their humanity because we've learned to accept our own. We can hold space for their mistakes because we've learned to hold space for our own. Let me tell you another story. In the Green Hills outside Wellington, New Zealand, there was a couples therapist named Sophie who had built her career helping people navigate relationship difficulties. She was skilled at seeing patterns, at helping couples understand the dynamics that kept them stuck, at creating safety for difficult conversations. Her practice was full, her reputation was strong, and she genuinely helped many relationships heal and deepen. But Sophie's own marriage was falling apart. The irony wasn't lost on her. Here she was, teaching others how to communicate, how to repair ruptures, how to stay connected through conflict. And she and her husband Mark barely spoke to each other anymore without tension. They'd become distant, living parallel lives in the same house, going through the motions of partnership without real intimacy. Sophie knew all the tools. She taught them to hundreds of couples. But knowing and doing are different things. And when it came to her own relationship, she found herself stuck in exactly the patterns she helped others escape. She criticized Mark constantly in her mind. She kept score of who did more housework, who was more emotionally available, who tried harder. She held grudges over small slights, and underneath it all was a river of resentment that she could neither fully acknowledge nor release. The crisis came when Mark said he wanted to separate. Not dramatically, not in anger, but with a sad resignation that was somehow worse than fury. "We're just roommates," he said quietly. "I don't know when we stopped being a team, but we did. And I don't think you even like me anymore." Sophie's first instinct was to defend herself, to list all the ways he'd contributed to their disconnection. But something stopped her. Maybe it was years of training. Maybe it was exhaustion from the constant internal criticism. Or maybe it was just the recognition that she was about to lose something that had once mattered deeply to her. "You're right," she said instead. "I don't know when it happened either, but somewhere along the way, I started seeing you as the problem instead of as my partner. And I don't want to keep living like this." They agreed to try couples therapy, a humbling experience for Sophie. Sitting on the other side of the process she facilitated for others. Their therapist, an older woman named Dr. Chen, saw through Sophie's professional defenses immediately. "You can't therapist your way out of your own relationship difficulties," Dr. Chen said gently but firmly. "You need to actually be present and vulnerable, not analyzing and problem solving." "Can you do that?" Sophie tried. It was harder than anything she'd done professionally. To admit her own contribution to their disconnection without intellectualizing it. To feel her feelings rather than analyzing them. To be uncertain rather than having answers. In one session, Dr. Chen asked her a question that cracked something open. "When you look at Mark, what do you see?" Sophie started to give a therapeutic answer about projection and unmet needs. But Dr. Chen stopped her. "No, really look at him. Right now. What do you actually see?" Sophie turned to look at her husband. Really look at him for what felt like the first time in years. She saw the lines around his eyes that hadn't been there when they met. She saw how his shoulders slumped, how tired he looked. She saw a person who was suffering, who felt lonely in his own marriage, who'd been trying to reach her and kept hitting a wall. And she felt her heart break open, not with resentment or criticism, but with grief and recognition. She'd been so focused on keeping score, on protecting herself, on being right, that she'd stopped seeing the actual human being she'd married. She'd turned him into a character in her internal drama rather than a real person with his own struggles and pain. "I'm so sorry," she whispered, tears coming. "I've been so angry at you for not being who I needed you to be that I stopped seeing who you actually are." That session was a turning point. But it wasn't a magic fix. The real work came in the weeks and months that followed. Sophie had to practice, really practice. Like she was learning something new rather than demonstrating expertise, the skills she taught others. She had to notice when her mind started keeping score and consciously choose to let it go. She had to catch herself in criticism and shift to curiosity instead. When Mark did something that irritated her, instead of building a case about what it meant about him, she practiced asking, "What's really happening here? What might he be experiencing? What am I bringing to this moment that's mine to work with?" Most importantly, she had to develop self-compassion around her own imperfection as a partner. She'd been holding herself to impossible standards. She was a couples therapist. She should know better. She should be able to create a perfect relationship. The shame of her marriage struggling while she helped others had been crushing. But that shame had made her defensive, unable to be vulnerable, trapped in trying to prove she was the good partner and Mark was the problem. When she finally allowed herself to be imperfect, to acknowledge that knowing about relationships didn't make her immune to relationship struggles, she could actually show up more authentically. She could admit when she was wrong. She could ask for what she needed without resentment. She could be curious about Mark's experience instead of defensive about her own. One evening, after a particularly good conversation, the kind they hadn't had in years, Mark said something that stayed with her. "I feel like I'm finally seeing you again. Not the version of you that's always analyzing and managing and keeping things controlled, but the real you, uncertain and vulnerable, and actually here." Sophie realized that her professional identity had become a shield, protecting her from the risk of real intimacy. As long as she was the expert, the one with answers, she didn't have to risk being truly seen. With all her confusion and need and imperfection, but that shield had created exactly the loneliness it was meant to prevent. Their marriage didn't transform overnight. They still had conflicts, still triggered each other, still fell into old patterns sometimes. But they developed what Sophie came to think of as a practice of returning, coming back to connection after disconnection, repair after rupture, curiosity after defensiveness, not expecting to be perfect, but committed to showing up and trying again. A year later, a new couple came to see Sophie for therapy. They were struggling with exactly the dynamics she and Mark had struggled with: scorekeeping, criticism, distance. And Sophie found she could hold space for them in a different way than before. Not from a place of having figured it all out, but from a place of shared humanity, of knowing from the inside how hard it is to stay connected, how easy it is to fall into protective patterns that create the very disconnection we fear. "My own marriage almost ended," she told them, which she never would have disclosed before. Not because either of us was terrible, but because we forgot how to see each other with fresh eyes, how to stay curious instead of critical, how to repair instead of defend. I tell you this not to make you feel better about your struggles, but so you know I'm not speaking from some place of having it all figured out. I'm speaking from having been in the trenches and found my way back to connection. And if I can do that, while supposed to be an expert, you can too. The vulnerability created a different kind of trust. They could be honest about their struggles because Sophie had been honest about hers. They could admit their imperfections because she'd modeled that it was possible to be imperfect and still worthy of love and connection. Sophie learned that her greatest teaching didn't come from her expertise, but from her willingness to be vulnerable about her own journey. That her wisdom was most accessible not when she had all the answers, but when she could sit in the questions alongside the people she was trying to help. And most importantly, she learned that self-compassion wasn't a luxury or an indulgence. It was the foundation for everything else, for genuine connection, for real vulnerability, for the courage to keep showing up even when we stumble and fail and have to start over again. Allow your breath to soften completely now, releasing any remaining tension. Think of a relationship in your life that feels difficult or stuck. Can you look at it with fresh eyes? Without the story you've been telling yourself about who's right and who's wrong, can you extend compassion both to the other person and to yourself for being human beings, trying to connect despite all your conditioning and wounds and protective patterns? Sophie's journey teaches us that wisdom isn't found in having all the answers or being perfect. It's found in our willingness to be fully human, to acknowledge our struggles honestly, to extend the same compassion to ourselves that we might offer to anyone else. This honesty, this vulnerability, or this acceptance of our own imperfection, these are not weaknesses. They are the very ground from which genuine connection and transformation grow. All of the teachings we've explored tonight, impermanence, non-self, acceptance, compassion, are woven together into a single fabric. They all point toward the same essential truth. Freedom comes not from controlling or perfecting our experience, but from changing our relationship with it, from meeting it with openness rather than resistance, from holding it with kindness rather than harshness, from being present with what is rather than lost in what should be. This is the practice the Buddha taught 2,500 years ago, and it remains as relevant now as it was then, because the human condition hasn't changed. We still face loss and uncertainty. We still experience pain and difficulty. We still struggle with our own minds, our own patterns, our own resistance to reality. But we also still have access to the same path of liberation that has served countless beings across centuries, the path of awareness, acceptance, and compassion. The practice isn't complicated, though it's not always easy. It's simply this: notice what's happening, accept it without adding layers of resistance and judgment, and respond with wisdom and kindness. Notice, accept, respond, again and again, moment by moment, breath by breath. Sometimes we'll forget. We'll get lost in our stories, caught in our patterns, trapped in resistance. That's not failure, that's being human. The practice is simply noticing when we've wandered and gently returning, not with self-criticism for having wandered, but with kindness. Ah, I was lost in thought. Here I am again, present, breathing, aware. This returning is the practice, not arriving at some final state where we never wander, but developing the capacity to recognize when we've wandered and come back, building that muscle of awareness, of acceptance, of compassionate presence, strengthening it through use, the way muscles strengthen through exercise. And gradually, over time, something shifts, not dramatically, not all at once, but subtly and sustainably. We find ourselves less caught in our stories, less identified with our thoughts and emotions, less reactive to difficulty, more able to be present for life as it actually is, more capable of joy and connection and peace, not because our circumstances are perfect, but because we've learned to meet imperfect circumstances with wisdom and acceptance. Let me tell you one final story. In the old harbour town of Victoria, British Columbia, Canada, there was a woman named Eleanor who was dying. She was 86 years old. her body failing from multiple systems shutting down, and the doctors gave her weeks, maybe a month or two at most. Her family wanted to fight more treatments, experimental drugs, anything to buy more time. But Eleanor was tired of fighting. "I'm ready," she told her daughter gently. "I've had a good life, a long life. I'm not afraid to let it end." Her daughter couldn't understand. How could she be so calm? How could she not want to fight for every possible moment? Eleanor smiled at her confusion. "Come sit with me," she said, patting the bed beside her. "Let me tell you what I've learned." Eleanor had always been interested in Buddhism, had practiced meditation inconsistently over the years, had read books and attended retreats when time allowed. But it wasn't until she received her terminal diagnosis that the teachings truly landed, moving from intellectual understanding to embodied wisdom. The Buddha taught that everything is impermanent. Eleanor said to her daughter, "I knew that in my head for decades, but I didn't really know it until I was forced to face my own ending. And what I discovered is that impermanence isn't something to fear or resist. It's just the nature of things. Flowers bloom and fade. Seasons change. Bodies are born and bodies die. Fighting this truth doesn't change it. It just creates suffering." She took her daughter's hand. "I could spend my last weeks in a hospital, hooked up to machines, fighting desperately against the inevitable. And maybe I'd get a few more weeks or months. But at what cost? I'd be so focused on not dying that I'd forget to actually live the time I have left." Instead, Eleanor chose hospice care at home. She spent her days doing simple things, sitting in her garden, watching birds, having unhurried conversations with family and friends, listening to music she loved, eating foods that brought her pleasure even though nutrition no longer mattered. She wasn't preparing to die so much as fully inhabiting the life that remained. Her grandson, a college student studying philosophy, visited one afternoon and asked her the question that had been bothering him. "Aren't you afraid of death, of what comes after or doesn't come after?" Eleanor considered this carefully. "Sometimes," she said honestly, "fear arises. Uncertainty arises. That's natural. I'm human. But I've learned not to make those feelings into a problem. Fear comes. I notice it. I breathe with it. And it passes. Like weather moving through the sky. I don't need to be free from fear to be at peace. I just need to stop fighting the fear when it arises." She closed her eyes, feeling the afternoon sun on her face. "What I've discovered in these last weeks is that the present moment is always enough, always complete. When I'm here, fully here, there's nothing missing. The fear is about the future, about what's coming, about ending, about the unknown. But right now, in this moment, I'm still breathing, still feeling, still aware. And that's a kind of miracle I spent most of my life taking for granted." Her grandson sat quietly, absorbing this. "How did you get to this place, this acceptance, practice?" Eleanor said simply. "Years of stumbling through it, forgetting and remembering, struggling and surrendering. But mostly, it came from truly understanding impermanence. Once I really saw that everything passes every moment, every experience, every breath, I stopped trying to hold on so tightly. I could appreciate each moment for what it was, knowing it wouldn't last. And that not lasting was okay. Actually, the not lasting is what makes it precious." In her final weeks, Eleanor became a kind of teacher for everyone who visited her, not through lectures or advice, but through her presence. People would come anxious, uncomfortable around dying, not knowing what to say, and they'd leave somehow lighter, more at peace, having witnessed someone meeting the ultimate change with grace and acceptance. One friend asked her what she wanted people to remember about her life. Eleanor thought for a while before answering, "I don't need to be remembered as someone special or accomplished. If anything, I hope people remember that it's possible to meet even death with acceptance. That you don't have to be a monk or a saint to practice these teachings. You just have to be willing to return, again and again, to presence and acceptance, even when it's hard, especially when it's hard." She paused, her breathing slower now. The Buddha taught that the root of suffering is clinging, trying to hold on to what's pleasant and push away what's painful. I spent most of my life caught in that pattern. But now, at the end, I finally understand. Let it come. Let it be. Let it go. That's the whole practice. Let it come. Don't resist experience. Let it be. Don't demand it change. Let it go. Don't cling when it passes. Everything is always doing this anyway. We're just learning to move with it rather than against it. Eleanor died 3 weeks later, surrounded by family, conscious until nearly the end. Her last words, whispered to her daughter, were simple: "Don't be sad. I'm ready. Everything is exactly as it should be." At her memorial service, her grandson read something Eleanor had written in her final days. "I lived 86 years. I had joy and I had suffering. I loved and I lost. I succeeded and I failed. I was present and I was distracted. I learned and I forgot and I learned again. Through it all, I was always exactly where I was meant to be, even when I didn't know it." The practice wasn't about becoming someone better or achieving some perfect state. It was about learning to be with what is all of it, the beautiful and the difficult, with acceptance and compassion. That's what I'm doing now, at the very end. Meeting this final change with the same practice I tried to bring to all the other changes. Letting go, trusting, accepting, and finding that even here, even now, there is peace. Take a long, slow breath now. Feel the gift of this moment, the fact that you're still here, still breathing, still aware. This moment will pass, just like all the moments we've moved through together tonight. But right now, it's here, complete, perfect in its imperfection. Can you rest in that? Can you let yourself be held by this moment exactly as it is, without needing it to be anything other than what it's already being? As we come toward the end of our time together, let us gather the threads of wisdom we've woven through these stories and see how they form a single tapestry of understanding. We began with James, the carpenter, whose trembling hands taught him that imperfection can be more beautiful than the perfection he'd spent a lifetime chasing. We learned that resistance creates our suffering, not the changes themselves. The trembling hands weren't the problem, his war against them was. Grace showed us this same truth through a broken teacup. The cup was already broken, as all things are already in the process of returning to dust. When we hold this understanding, we appreciate more deeply while we can, and grieve more gently when we must let go. Liam, the Irish farmer, discovered that identity is not a fixed thing but a role we play. When the farm was lost, he thought he'd lost himself, but underneath the role of farmer was something more essential: his capacity for presence, for care, for showing up. That capacity didn't need a farm to exist. For Wei in Singapore, the teaching came through losing his status as the smartest person in the room. He learned what the Buddha taught about anatta, that there is no permanent self to defend. What we call I is just a flowing river of changing conditions, not a solid thing that can be threatened or diminished. Emma and Sarah both worked with anxiety, each learning that welcoming our difficult emotions transforms them more effectively than fighting them ever could. The second arrow, our resistance to what we feel, creates more suffering than the feeling itself. When we stop shooting that second arrow, even difficult emotions become workable. Marcus faced the dissolution of his entire life structure: marriage, father, career, all at once. His liberation came when he stopped demanding that reality be different and simply let it be as awful as it was. In that surrender, he found a ground of okayness that didn't depend on circumstances being good. Connor, the Dublin chef, he learned to hold his passion more lightly, to aim for excellence without demanding perfection, to work at the edge of control while accepting that chaos is part of the deal. This same teaching came to Helen through chronic pain, meeting difficulty without adding the extra layer of resistance that turns pain into suffering. David's story of grief showed us that we can honor what we've lost while still remaining open to life. We don't have to choose between remembering and living. We can hold both the sadness of loss and the ongoing invitation of presence. Patricia learned through her sister's death that time is the only currency that truly matters. All her achievements meant nothing compared to the moments she'd missed by never being fully present. Emma's dying taught Patricia how to live. Claire, who lost her bakery, discovered that endings are not failures, but completions. Every chapter has a natural arc, and our suffering comes from trying to extend chapters beyond their time. When we allow things to end, new beginnings become possible. Jacques, losing his hearing and his identity as a musician, we learn to inhabit the bardo, that uncertain space between who we were and who we're becoming. Instead of rushing through it, he stayed present in the not knowing long enough for something genuine to emerge. Moira, the aging dancer, we found that working with limitations rather than against them opens possibilities we couldn't access through force. Tai Chi taught her what years of ballet hadn't, that the greatest art comes not from controlling the body but from being in conversation with it. Rachel, the therapist, discovered that we cannot extend to others what we won't extend to ourselves. Self-compassion isn't self-indulgence, it's the foundation for everything else. We can't hate ourselves into transformation. Marcus, in recovery, learned that shame doesn't prevent harmful behavior, it perpetuates it. Only by meeting ourselves with compassion can we see clearly enough to change. We forgive, not to condone, but to heal. And Sophie, the couple's therapist whose own marriage was failing, found that vulnerability is not weakness, but the very ground of connection. When we drop our defenses and let ourselves be seen in our imperfection, real intimacy becomes possible. Finally, Eleanor, at the end of her life, showed us that these teachings aren't theoretical, they're meant to be lived, tested against the hardest moments we'll ever face. Even death can be met with acceptance, with presence, with peace. All of these stories, all of these teachings, circle around the same essential truth. Freedom comes not from controlling our experience, but from changing our relationship with it. From meeting it with openness instead of resistance. From holding it with compassion instead of judgment. From being present with what is instead of lost in what should be. The practice is simple but not easy. Notice what's happening. Accept it without adding layers of resistance. Respond with wisdom and kindness. And when you forget, because you will forget, we all do, simply notice that you've forgotten and gently return. That returning is the practice. That's all it ever was. You don't need to be perfect at this. You don't need to never struggle or never resist or never get lost in old patterns. You just need to keep practicing the return. Keep choosing presence over distraction. Keep choosing acceptance over resistance. Keep choosing compassion over judgment. Moment by moment, breath by breath. These teachings aren't asking you to transcend your humanity. They're inviting you to fully inhabit it, to be completely human, with all the mess and beauty that entails, and to meet that humanity with kindness rather than harshness. Let your breath carry you now into sleep, into rest, into the deep peace that's always available underneath the surface of our busy lives. May you sleep deeply. May you wake refreshed. May you carry these teachings lightly, not as burdens to perfect, but as gentle reminders of what's always already true. May you be at peace. May you accept what is. May you hold yourself with kindness. May you remember that you are not separate from this vast, the mysterious process of life unfolding. You are life itself, experiencing itself, moment by perfect, imperfect moment. Rest now, dear. Let go. You are held. You are safe. Everything is exactly as it needs to be. Thank you for joining.